and it's cost us money. I mean, but that's what we're
I would like to call this meeting of May 9th, 2024 to order, and I'd like to thank our Spanish interpreters. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate? Ms. Kenworthy?
Here.
Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Here.
Dr. Varda?
An executive session has been noticed for today's meeting pursuant to CRS 24-6-402-4B to confer with an attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice regarding the arbitrator decision regarding JESPA employee MH, as well as pursuant to CRS 24-6-402-4E to discuss collective bargaining negotiation strategy. Is there a motion to convene an executive session?
I move to convene an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B to confer with an attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice regarding an arbitrator decision, as well as CRS 24-6-4024E to discuss collective bargaining negotiations.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any comments? It has been moved and seconded that the Board of Education will convene in executive session. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate, Ms. Kenworthy,
Yes.
Ms. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
The board will now convene an executive session in the Ed Center Seminar Room, which is closed to the general public. The Board of Education will reconvene in open session at approximately 5 p.m. I would like to call this regular meeting of May 9th, 2024 to order. I'd like to thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us tonight. We are also live streaming our meeting. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there a motion regarding tonight's meeting agenda?
I move that we, can I borrow your script? I don't have one. I got stuck in my previous, never mind. You just go right ahead.
I move to approve the May 9th agenda as presented in board docs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any objection? It has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda of March 9th, 2024 as presented in board docs. Roll call, please, Ms. Sabata.
Ms. Applegate,
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy,
Yes.
Ms. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
Yes.
The agenda is approved. Every month, the Board of Education has the pleasure of recognizing students, staff, community members, and schools for their achievements and contributions to our community. Now we will move into honors and recognitions. For our first recognition this evening, I will hand it over to Dr. Varda.
Thank you, President Parker. For our first recognition of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to honor and recognize our Jeffco Thrive School Lunch Heroes for selflessly going above and beyond to foster health, wellness, and positive community partnerships, ensuring Jeffco students and families have the nutritional resources needed to thrive. Beth Wallace, Executive Director, and Erica Edwards, Director of Operations for Food and Nutrition Services, selected a kitchen employee from each articulation area to join us tonight in celebration of School Lunch Hero Day. As Beth Wallace calls your name and articulation area, please make your way to the front of the room to receive the Jeffco Thrives recognition.
All right. I'm going to start with the Alameda articulation area, Alexis Rios. Perfect. And Rita Watkins from the Arvada articulation area. Jamie Brooks from Arvada West area. Gretchen Fouts from the Bear Creek area. Christine Spindler from the Chatfield area. Evan Hyman from Columbine. Susan Roy from the Conifer area. Catherine Nogrady from Dakota Ridge. Mark Paolini from Evergreen. Veronica Harmon from Golden. Nikki White from the Green Mountain area. Kim Bernard from Jefferson. Angela Saucedo Martinez from the Lakewood area. And Diane Burton from the Pomona area, but she was not able to join us. Vicki Combs from Ralston Valley. Orlando Gutierrez from Stanley Lake. Paula Busby from the Wheat Ridge area. And Kathy Wagner representing our charter schools.
Hold on, we have one more part of this. So we have a proclamation in honor of this. So I'm not going to read the whole proclamation, but just a couple of passages from that. Whereas in Jeffco, between preparing healthy meals for Jeffco students, adhering to strict federal nutrition standards for the National School Lunch and Breakfast programs, navigating student food allergies, and offering service with a smile, school nutrition professionals are true heroes. And whereas in Jeffco, approximately 450 food and nutrition service employees commit each day to provide balanced, healthy breakfast and lunch meals daily. Please join us in recognizing and celebrating our food and nutrition services staff that selflessly go above and beyond to foster health, wellness, and positive community partnerships, ensuring Jeffco students and families have the nutritional services needed to thrive. Thank you.
For our next recognition of the evening, I will hand it over to Director Reed.
Thank you, President Parker. For our next recognition of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to recognize Conifer High School for their school newspaper program. We invite the Conifer student newspaper team, including the teacher and school newspaper coordinator, Leslie Thompson, to the front of the room to receive the Jeffco Thrives Award. Yeah, you can just come around the little rope there. On March 15th, 2024, the Columbia Scholastic Press Association announced the Scholastic 2024 Silver and Gold Crown winners, with Conifer High School being awarded silver in the category of high school digital news. In the words of Supervisor Leslie Thompson, I couldn't be more proud. Special thanks to our lasting student staff on our CHS Today school newspaper and editors, Allie Myers, Amelia Hobgood, and Ellie Chase. Crown Awards recognize overall excellence in either print or digital student publications. Chosen by a panel of judges working as a team, entries are compared against one another with similar age and experience levels, such as high school yearbooks against other high school yearbooks, and so forth. Crown categories divided into 3 major groups: magazines, news, and yearbooks. Publications may enter under the following formats: print, digital, and hybrid. The Silver Crown Award is the second highest honor given for student journalism nationally. Please join us in celebrating our Conifer High School newspaper team, especially Allie, Amelia, and Ellie. We honor your efforts in creating a culture and community where everyone feels they belong and works together to positively impact others in our community.
Okay. It is a nice one, yeah. Huh? Thank you. My computer just had to update, so now I can open the agenda.
For our next recognition of the evening, I'll hand it over to Director Applegate.
The Board of Education is pleased to honor Oberon Middle School Digital Teacher Librarian Toby Ertelt for being the recipient of the School Library Service Award from the Colorado Association of Libraries. Toby, thank you for being here to receive the Our People, Our Strength recognition. Toby was awarded the distinction in the School Library Services Award to recognize the efforts of a teacher librarian in the state of Colorado who has demonstrated outstanding service and leadership. To be considered for the School Library Service Award, nominees must demonstrate excellence in one or more of the following criteria: designs instruction that engages students in critical thinking and prepares them for post-secondary success, leads programming that builds community, promotes students' well-being, and fosters a love of reading and lifelong learning, collaborates with school leaders, classroom teachers, students, the school community, and/or community partners to build a responsive library program that meets learners' diverse needs and prepares students for the future, curates and provides equitable access to current, accurate, and inclusive library resources that complement the curriculum and motivate students to learn, initiates, enables, or manages positive change that significantly benefit Colorado students, which is a lot. Please join us in celebrating our Oberon Middle School outstanding digital teacher librarian, Toby. This award serves as a testament to the vital role played by school library professionals in preparing our students for post-secondary success and recognizes those who have gone above and beyond in their dedication to excellence. Thank you.
For our next recognition of the evening, I will hand it over to Director Kenworthy.
For the next celebration of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to celebrate the student leaders on the Jeffco Student Leadership Board for representing Jeffco and your school communities. Will the JSLB leaders please join us at the front of the room to receive the Our Learners, Our Future recognition? The Jeffco Student Leadership Board, JSLB, is a diverse group of high school students representing every high school in Jeffco. JSLB is facilitated by Jeffco leaders and community industry leaders who are dedicated to building a community of leaders in Jeffco. To be selected for the JSLB, students were first nominated by a staff member at their school, then completed an application, and finally participated in a competitive interview led by other Jeffco student leaders. While serving on the JSLB, student leaders participate in leadership development opportunities that give them skills and experiences needed to become leaders in their communities and in their own lives after graduation. It is a great honor to be selected. Our students' experience in JSLB will enhance their education, leadership, development, and showcase the brilliance of today's student generation to prepare them for the future beyond high school graduation. Starting over here, will our JSLB student leaders please share with the board and the listening public your name and the school community you represent, and you probably need a microphone to do that. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name's Tom Wallace and I'm a proud representative of Mustangs. I'm a junior this year. Go Mustangs.
Hi, I'm Sierra Nordwald. I represent Conifer High School and I'm a junior.
Hi, I'm Kyle Tran. I'm a senior and I represent Dakota Ridge High School.
Hi, I'm Bree Hamarat. I'm from Evergreen and I am a junior.
Hi, I'm Gabriela Sideno and I'm a graduating senior at Bear Creek High School.
Hello, my name is Isis Trinilla and I represent Jefferson County Open School.
Hello, I'm Anissa Valdez and I go to Greenmount High School and I'm a junior.
Hi, my name is Michaela Heimke and I'm a junior at Columbine High School.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Greb and I'm a senior at Stanley Lake High School.
Hi, I'm Isabel Nassi. I'm a graduating senior at Compass Montessori, and it is my honor as one of the two longest standing members of the Jeffco Student Leadership Board alongside with Charlotte. We were both here for 3 years when it was first Student Voice to thank the school board and Superintendent Tracy Dorland for offering us the opportunity to grow as a group. We also appreciate our district leadership that has served as our chaperones and mentors over the past 3 years and for the board of this past 1 year. It has changed all 3 years that the three of us were here, and the both of us believe that this is a long-standing board that will continue into the future, and we appreciate that they helped set it up. With that said, I think we have left it in good hands, and we're good to graduate.
I also want to lift up my thanks to Tara Pena and Jason Firestone and David Kaler for their outstanding leadership with our JSLB. And finally, let's give a round of applause to our Jeffco Student Leadership Board for their dedication to not only growing their own leadership skills, but also their commitment to making a positive impact on the Jeffco community and certainly on me. I have thoroughly enjoyed the time that I've had to spend with you in the short amount of time that I've been here. Thank you so much for your voice and for your presence and for leading the way for other students in Jeffco to find their voices and lead as well. Thank you so much.
Before we hand the floor back to the board and other recognitions, it is our honor to be able to give all the board members a gift as well. So if you have a bag from the Student Leadership Board, please, once we're done with the picture, go ahead and give it to them. Absolutely.
Trust your catching ability.
Yes. And for the final celebration of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to acknowledge the contributions and partnerships of the Mountain Mamas Foundation to uplift sustainability and energy-efficient programs in the Jeffco community. I invite Mountain Mamas Program Manager Sarah Kunstler to join us at the front of the room. Yes, and friends. Look at the mamas. Ooh, mamas and others. Love it. Sarah Kunstler is one of the original mamas and the Colorado grassroots organizers for the environmentally attuned group Mountain Mamas. The Mountain Mamas group provides opportunities for concerned families to meet with decision makers and press, hold or attend events and outings, and table at community gatherings to make meaningful connections. The group ensures that volunteers can do all that we can while having fun with their children and including them in the process. Colorado Mountain Mamas achieves its vision by working toward 3 initiatives. 1, clean air for healthy growing lungs. 2, a clean climate and restorative justice for a thriving future for all. And 3, protection for and equitable access to our public lands for future generations. The Colorado Mountain Mamas believe that the combination of these initiatives is what will ensure Colorado is a place where all families can thrive and children can grow up healthy no matter their neighborhood. Please join us in celebrating the Colorado Mountain Mamas Foundation for championing programs and initiatives that build community and create opportunities for Jeffco students and families. A sincere thanks to all of our recognition honorees this month. It's our pleasure to honor you for your commitment to our community. And now we're going to turn to our board proclamations. The board publicly recognizes special events and significant issues by issuing proclamations. In the month of May, we are commemorating Mental Health Awareness Month, National School Principals Day, which was May 1st, School Lunch Hero Day, May 3rd, and we had some heroes here tonight. National Teacher Appreciation Week, May 6th through 10th, right where we are right now. National School Nurse Day, May 8th, and National Speech Pathologist Day, May 18th. We encourage you to read the Jeffco School Board's proclamations, items 5.01 through 5.06. They're presented in board docs as proposed proclamations for the month of May. Do I have a motion regarding the approval of the proclamations?
I move to approve items 5.01 through 5.06 on the action proclamation section as published in board docs.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the May proclamations as presented in board docs. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate,
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy,
Yes.
Ms. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
Yes. I think we're going to take a little bit of a break. I think there's some other people waiting to come into this room, so we'll give them time to come in, and then we'll go on with the public comments. I do believe we'll be able to fit everybody into this section. There is a 3-minute time limit per individual speaker. If there are 4 or more people who sign up to address the board, they will have 10 minutes for that group's view to be presented. Each speaker has been given a number. The board invites you to come up in order. When the person before you completes their comments, you may step up to the podium. We will listen with respect and ask those who address the board to do the same. And if you should have any handouts or anything, if you could leave them on the table there, and they will be brought up to the board. So with that, do we have number 1? So welcome, and if you could introduce yourselves, and you have 10 minutes.
Sorry, I should be used to that by now. Hi, I'm Brooke Williams. I am a Jeffco art educator, a Jeffco parent, and the JCAA president.
I'm Dale Munholland, JCAA vice president and social studies teacher at Pomona High School, Jeffco graduate, and father of 2 recent Jeffco graduates.
Richard Sanchez. I teach 6th grade social studies at Bell Middle School. I'm a member of the bargaining team. I'm also JCEA's organizing action team chair.
Rob Cassidy. I'm a science teacher at Stanley Lake High School, and I'm a member of the JCA bargaining team for the past 8 years. And for the last 10 hours, I am a granddad.
Sorry, Michelle Melis, JCA bargaining team, Spanish teacher.
All right, you should have received a paper copy, and also we have emailed it to you, but for those of you in the audience, if you go to bit.ly, JCA bargaining /BoE, you will be able to access our presentation. Tonight, JCA is presenting the board with our financial presentation. But first, we would like to start with some bargaining updates. So where are we? The good news is that we have we've had 15 negotiation sessions. We have TA'd 13 articles, and we had our first TA February 8th, much earlier than expected. We appreciate working with the district team under Amanda's leadership, and JCA and the district have been bargaining together since 1969. It's a tradition that we care deeply about.
We do have some barriers at the bargaining table. Decision makers are not at the table, and that has slowed us down. I can't tell you how many times Amanda has said, we think we're going to agree, but we can't get a hold of so-and-so, or somebody's not answering back to us. We still have, there's a typo, it says 8. We have 9 more articles left to TA, plus money, and then benefits on the table. And what has been happening is we just keep kicking the can down the road, and this has become a problematic issue over the years. We've been through this with money. We've been through this with benefits, and we've been through this with articles. So, well, we'll talk about it next year, and next year comes, and then we'll talk about it again next year. And we had a benefits MOU that we negotiated with the district, and that was not honored, and trust has been broken. I would like to point out that the clock is ticking, much like this clock. We have several articles, we have 2 bargaining sessions, and the contract expires on July 31st, and we are not bargaining over the summer.
These remain our priorities: providing extraordinary student experiences for Jeffco students by retaining and attracting teachers, staying competitive with neighboring districts, maintaining a pay scale that keeps up with Colorado's inflation, offering affordable health care plans that prioritize covering families, offering leaves policies that value our educators, offering a healthy work/life balance to avoid burnout. A budget is a statement of values.
The next 6 slides show what we believe are important financial information. The current academic year, the district has received an increase of approximately 6.5% in funding. As a result, any portion of the budget that receives more than 6.5% increase in funding would be a priority, while that below that would be the opposite or not a priority. We're concerned that the budget for general instruction called for only a 1.9% increase in funding this year, meaning that the district leadership intended to divert 2/3 of the increase in funding away from this budget item to other priorities. In fact, general instruction funding has only increased 1.26% over the last year as of December 31st. And the total for general instruction, special education instruction, and instructional support, so basically the things that JCA is involved with, has increased only a little over 2%, while general administration has increased nearly 10%. The next slide shows this in graphical form. JCA bargaining unit has 68.8% of the budget, while it has only received 22% of this year's new funding. The next slide shows the trend in funding over the past several years. Between 2019 and 2023, the Consumer Price Index has increased 4.99% per year. District revenue hasn't been too far off, increasing 4.1% annually. The increase in general instruction once again falls far short, with only a 1.59% increase annually. The next slide shows projected revenue increases on the top line. District projected cost of the JCA compensation package on the middle line, and the actual salary cost for not only JCA, but also JCAA and JESPA on the final line. In the 2022-23 school year, the actual revenue was $33 million of new funding. JCA compensation package was projected at $34 million, but only ended up costing about half that, $19 million. This current academic year, it's projected there will be $55 million in new revenue. The compensation package was projected by district leaders to increase $37 million, with concern of financial harm to the district. However, the actual cost is coming in at only about $20 million. Again, only a little more than half of the projected value. Next year, the projected cost of the district offer on the table is $33 million. But based on previous years, it seems probable that the real cost will come in much lower than that, and that our 9% ask on the table is reasonable. On slide 11, district leadership has argued that the COLA and steps should be considered together when matching inflation increases to inflation. While individual employees see benefit to these steps, the salary schedule as a whole erodes with this accounting. The salary schedule is like an escalator, where employees are entering near the lowest level and then moving up as the years continue. With employees both entering and leaving, the number of people on the escalator and thus the cost stays about the same. Now, let's imagine that this escalator is on a ship, which is taking on water of inflation. People may go up a step, but the boat goes down. So they might keep level with the water. A COLA makes the ship and the escalator go up to match inflation. Unless the entire escalator is increasing with inflation, employees as a whole are losing ground in buying power, and Jeffco will continue to lose ground to neighboring districts. The steps alone are not enough to combat inflation. A COLA needs to at least be the level of inflation to remain competitive. On slide 11 or slide 12, this final data slide shows 3 points on the salary schedule for a number of surrounding districts with collective bargaining agreements. For Westminster and Cherry Creek, this is the salary for next year after raises, while the others are for this year. Our 9% COLA offer makes us competitive, at least with this year's salaries. In contrast, the current 4% COLA offered by the district isn't even competitive with this year's numbers. We believe 9% is affordable based on the information that we've given in the previous slides, and that it gets us competitive with other districts. The state is buying down the budget stabilization factor. There's money left from the district's overestimation of cost in previous years. Compensation is a stated priority of the board and has been mentioned many times in bargaining as being a priority. And now is the time to budget for it.
So in conclusion, this entire contract is as much yours as it is ours. It's between the board and JCEA. We still have Articles 3, 4, 5, 8, 13, 17, 24, 25, and 26 sitting on the table. The language matters to our educators, and it needs to be addressed in a thoughtful way sooner rather than later. Our recent salary increases have helped dig us out of the hole, but we are not competitive on salary or benefits with our surrounding districts yet. We need the decision makers in the room in order to get this done and make real changes for our members that they can feel, that they can see in their paychecks. Our contract expires in August, and we have 2 more scheduled bargaining sessions. One of them is tonight, and the next one is going to be next Thursday. And we're planning to stay for the duration and go till it's done. And that's what we're hoping for. We're hoping to get this done, and we hope to see you there. Thank you.
And with that, we would like to thank you for your time and for listening. And as always, feel free to reach out with any questions.
Thank you. Do we have number 2? Welcome, and if you would introduce yourself, and then you have 10 minutes.
We're going to introduce ourselves individually when we speak. My name is Xander Kashub. I am a Jeffco food service worker. I'm also the president of JESPA. We're here to demand that Jeffco School Board President Mary Parker hold Tracy Dorland and the district's bargaining teams accountable for their refusal to negotiate and their deliberate act of hiring Brent Case, a union-busting lawyer, to represent them. Per the Jeffco policy on negotiations, the district's goal of negotiating is to, quote, ensure employees' input and proposals are fully considered before making related decisions and providing a forum to orderly resolve any disputes. Therefore, district negotiation representatives should conduct themselves in a way that is open, fair, and intentioned towards reaching agreement, end quote. We brought 2 issues to the table this year: student-centered staffing and job stability. Our interests reflect the demands of our members and our community, including all 5 board members who have publicly committed to supporting our agenda for the common good. My question to you, Mary, is what changed? On your watch, there has been a deliberate and sustained effort to refuse to negotiate over our priorities, and that includes affordable health care. Jeffco continues to spend millions of dollars on rideshare companies, putting our most vulnerable students at risk daily, while you cut bus routes, citing an inability to hire drivers. Let's be clear, Jeffco drivers are the lowest paid drivers in the metro area. Of course, no one's applying. Jeffco's strategic choices indicate a desire to maintain unsafe staffing levels and to promote the privatization of public jobs. This denies all workers in Jeffco a living wage, which is unacceptable.
My name is Ashley Hoppy, and I'm an educator here in Jeffco. I'm going to just start off with a quote that I think we all in education hear a lot, and that's, you knew what you were getting into when you went into education. And no, at least for me, that's not true. I didn't know that I was going to be on a $7,000 to $8,000 treatment per month that our insurance no longer covers as of a month ago. I know many others in education who have similar issues, whether it's medical needs, and I did not know that the premier district that I grew up in wasn't going to be so premier anymore. My pay and that of my colleagues across the board in both JCEA and JESPA has not kept up with the cost of living in the district. I personally live outside of the district just to make ends meet with a roommate. And, some of them have been fine, some of them not so much, but, it puts food on the table and keeps utilities running. Early on in my career, I was able to pay for things within my classroom, pencils, paper, just basic necessities, food for children. And I can't do that anymore because I have to put food on my table. I have to pay for my medical bills. And I feel like a failure because I can't support my students in a way that I feel like I should be able to. There's no additional salary in my home. There's no leeway to create a savings buffer. And as of right now, the comfortable cost of living in Colorado is over $103,000. And I don't make anywhere near that. Most of us make nowhere near that and work an additional 10 to 30 hours a week in addition to our 40-hour work weeks. My family has been able to help me with meals and supplies that I need to complete my master's program, which I haven't been able to get due to cost. And all of these feel to me like, no, I did not know what I was getting into when I went into education. Why is it that it's not possible to live inside the district? Why is it not possible to afford health care? Why are staff in education always having to fight tooth and nail to survive and stay in a profession feeling like we're stuck? How do we stop these questions from making or breaking a career in Jeffco, you might ask? Direct your bargaining team to agree to benefits and compensation that will actually support your school-based personnel with basic survival and to get back to the premier district that we should still be. Thank you for your time.
Board President Parker, my name is Sarah McClintock. I'm a community member and a paraeducator and a parent. I wanted to share with you a typical day, which I am told by the district is fully staffed. My day starts off with greeting 7 kids with special needs at the bus. They are almost always hysterically crying, fighting, and last week, students were making death threats. This will usually take around 7 support staff in the first hour of school. There is also students that will continue to be highly dysregulated and require ongoing support staff. All of these staff have other responsibilities that were put on hold. Unfortunately, situations like this are a daily occurrence. Every day, there are students that run out of classrooms, scream on the top of their lungs for hours on end, and disrupt learning. Staff members will get hit, bit, kicked, and even have items thrown at them. We simply do not have the staff to support all the students in the building and do our jobs. President Parker, your response to my email on May 1st, you said, and I quote, that you have been a strong advocate for increased compensation and benefits for all Jeffco employees, for student safety, for access to healthy food, for increased efforts to fulfill all positions, and for the end of using outside transportation services. But the reality is, the district is trying to further cut support staff positions under your leadership. Meanwhile, $211 million sit in an account collecting interest. And you pay lawyers over $250 an hour to fight its employees who live under the poverty line. I deserve to work in a safe environment. Our students deserve to have the support staff they need, and this district can't afford it. Thank you.
Dear Board President Parker, my name is Azucena Rubio. I am a Jeffco parent, a member of the Edgewater Food Pilot Program. I am a leader with the Coloradans for Common Goods. I am here today because I am concerned about the lack of fresh, healthy food in schools. Oftentimes, my son comes home hungry because of the lack of quality food for him to eat in schools. As a mother, I am angry that my son's health is not valued in this district. I am standing here with JESPA because their bargaining impacts my son. I want to see healthy food, safe staffing, and fair wages in JESPA contract because it's good for my son. But when myself and other Spanish-speaking parents began to engage in public bargaining process, we were told we were disruptive, short. We were told to stay in our place. As the board president of this district, you are responsible for the actions of the district. I emailed you on behalf of CCG requesting a meeting. You agreed to meet with me. I want you to understand that meeting with me means meeting with all of us. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Parker, members of the board. My name is Matt Schechter. I'm the General Counsel for United Food and Commercial Workers Local 7, Colorado's largest private sector labor union with over 23,000 working families here in Colorado, including thousands upon thousands here in Jefferson County. Our members are parents. Our members are graduates of this district. We would have preferred to have this discussion in a more private setting, and so we ask President Parker that you meet with CCG leaders. I am a leader within Coloradans for the Common Good, and we want to meet with you, including leaders from JESPA, which is a member organization. These issues that JESPA is fighting for do not just affect education professionals. They affect our members at Local 7. The members of this community, the voters who elected you. And so we ask that you meet with us so that we can talk about these important issues and work with you to solve these issues that you committed during your campaign to working on with us. So we hope you will live up to your word. We hope you will meet with us, and we ask you to do so. We look forward to discussing these issues with you and how the district can solve these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Who has number 3? Welcome, and please introduce yourself. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Amanda Garner. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Mitchell Elementary and a proud JCEA member.
I'm Deb Romig. I'm a health aide at Mitchell. I'm a JESPA member, and my husband and sons are all graduates of Jeffco.
My name's Winnie Newman. I'm a 3rd grade teacher at Elk Creek Elementary and a proud JCA member.
Hello, my name is Andrew Gittner. I am an English teacher at Golden High School and a proud JCA member.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Dorland. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Sadly, I'm here to deliver the exact same message I presented to this board 3 years ago about the exact same issue. You see, in my classroom, I teach my students that it is their responsibility to speak up when they see injustice, no matter who they are speaking against. As such, I feel that it is my responsibility to speak up now. If I were to shy away from this podium because of the people to whom I speak, it would prove me to be a hypocrite in the eyes of those who matter most. I would like to begin by using an analogy to explain my point this evening. Think of our district as a house. Our students are the occupants, the entire reason this house exists in the first place. The roof represents the principals and the assistant principals of each school. They help cover everything that happens in a school. They provide protection and structure for those within. The walls, windows, and doors of this house, those are our AMPs, Warren Tech, and electives teachers, and our coaches. They elevate the learning experience for so many students. They let the light in for children who might otherwise struggle in school. The skills they teach and the joy they inspire often create avenues to extraordinary opportunities for our students. Without them, the house would not be worth living in. Next, you have instructional coaches, SELs, learning specialists, librarians, and so many others who provide essential services within the building. Within this analogy, they could be considered the furnishings of the home. They are the difference between an empty shelter and a place to thrive. Then there is the foundation of this house, the classroom teacher. I would think in this arena, it should be well enough known what we do and the load we carry. But I'm not here to speak for myself. In the minds of most, the analogy would be complete with the pieces I've described so far. But while a house may rest on a foundation, that is not all it takes. Underneath the concrete is the solid ground on which everything else depends. That solid ground, the bedrock of this organization, is made up of my JESPA colleagues, our paraprofessionals, facilities managers, secretaries, cafeteria staff, bus drivers. The list goes on and on. Without them, the rest of us could not do our jobs, let alone do them well. Even the most solid foundation crumbles without adequate support. For too long, the people who make all other jobs in this district possible have been treated poorly by those who sit across from them at the bargaining table. During the most recent JESPA negotiation sessions, it has been nauseating and infuriating to watch how they are spoken to by your own representatives, as if they are not even worthy of human dignity. They are paid the lowest wages in the district, and yet they are truly the most critical group of employees. This district has enough money to pay a living wage to all employees, no matter the job classification. That has been demonstrated time and time again by both JESPA and JCEA. It's not a matter of monetary amount. It is a matter of priority and of believing that every employee is worth the cost. As a concrete example, one of my JESPA colleagues at Mitchell shared some data with me. She has worked in our building for 17 years. And yet her annual take-home pay is $5,000 below the current poverty line. 17 years worth of selfless work, 17 years worth of tirelessly supporting students and teachers, and she does not even earn enough to put herself above the poverty level. I ask you to sit with that for a moment. When my JESPA friends talk about being paid poverty wages, they are not exaggerating. I know without a shadow of a doubt that my JESPA colleagues are invaluable to our school communities. But I have to wonder, what is their work worth to you? Is it the position of this administration that JESPA employees somehow deserve to live in poverty, and as such they should only earn poverty wages? Is that what this board and administration really mean by our people, our strength? To return to the analogy, our house, our district, is in a state of veiled disrepair. It has been for quite some time. While we've hung pretty pictures on the walls and put on a fresh coat of paint or two, the walls are still cracking. The roof is still caving in from a lack of support. There aren't enough furnishings or supplies to meet the needs of our kids. The foundation is crumbling and everything down to the bedrock is unstable. For too long, the focus of this district has been on fixing things by sprucing up the more visible parts, while everything underneath is in disarray. Our students deserve better. We all deserve better. Tonight, I call on this board and Superintendent Dorland to prioritize the people who make this district run. The treatment of my JESPA colleagues by the district representative at the bargaining table runs completely counter to at least 3 of the district's stated values: belonging, excellence, and integrity. There can be no sense of belonging when an entire group of people are treated as less than human. There can be no excellence when it is no secret across the metro that Jeffco pays poverty wages for the hardest work. There is no integrity in treating your own employees with outright contempt just because they stand up against mistreatment and low pay. I would challenge you to consider whether the values this board and the administration shared with the Jeffco community are just empty words, or whether you intend to act in alignment with them. I call on each of you to immediately direct the district representatives to engage JESPA in a manner befitting the district's stated values. If we would not accept a student talking to another human being like they were the dirt under their shoes, why do we accept and allow that from adults at the bargaining table? More importantly, I would ask, why do you accept and allow that from someone that you hired to represent you? As the leaders of this district, you have the ability to establish our collective priorities. If the people who work directly with students by feeding them, transporting them, maintaining their classrooms, keeping them safe and healthy, if those people are not important, if those people are not valuable, not worth the monetary cost, then who is? All of us in this house have gone above and beyond to fulfill our commitment to students time and time again. It is time for you to return that commitment to us. We all deserve a living wage, and we all deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. My JESPA colleagues, most of all. Thank you.
Thank you. And who is next? Who's got the next number? Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Ayla Chang, and I'm a sophomore at Ralston Valley High School. And I'm here to talk about the Mountain Mamas starting the Jeffco Students and Parents for Climate Action and getting recognized by the school board tonight for uplifting sustainability in the Jeffco community. You want to go ahead and show off the award? Yeah. I also have here the Community Group Award given by the City of Golden last month, recognizing the Jeffco Students and Parents for Climate Action. As a student volunteer for this group, I mentored Liam, a student at Ralston Elementary, by taking him on a climate action scavenger hunt. We started by using this carbon dioxide monitor, which measures air quality, and we measured that the carbon dioxide outdoors, which was about 420 parts per million, exceeded the safe level specified by scientists as 350. We also measured the indoor air quality, which should be around 800 parts per million, and we saw about 750 in the houses around our neighborhood, but they sometimes went over 800. So in the tour, we shut off lights that were left on and closed blinds to keep the homes cool. We learned that a refrigerator is a heat pump that uses electricity to pump heat out and make the inside of the refrigerator cool. And how that applies to an entire house as like an air conditioner, which can be switched to heating the house during the winter. I'd like to thank the school board president, Mary Parker, for visiting my neighborhood as part of a tour group to learn about indoor air quality and energy efficiency. I've grown up in my neighborhood. I've grown up in the Geos neighborhood, which has a lot of composting, recycling, community garden, and we even had goats at one point. And I really hope that we can implement more of these sustainable measures to the school and as well as the district as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. And who is next? I think that was number 4. Do we have a number 5? Okay.
Golden ticket.
Hi, my name is Caitlin McMahon. I live in Broomfield, Colorado. I am a current Jeffco parent and a former Jeffco teacher, and I'm here to talk to you tonight about the Smart Snack program. Getting rid of it, modifying it, especially at the elementary school level. I would like to preface this with the fact that I have tried to individually address this at the school level. And we've always been told that we were unable to stop selling these snack products because of the revenue they generate. I also tried to address this with the Jeffco Food and Nutrition Director, which now brings me to you. A little bit about the Smart Snack program in case you are not familiar with it. Students have the option at lunchtime to buy ice cream, cookies, chips, fruit roll-ups, etc. as an addition to the lunch they are served. In theory, this might sound fine. They finish their lunch, they go buy a snack for later. In practice, students stop eating lunches to go buy snacks and then throw away much of their lunch. Jeffco Food and Nutrition Services have obviously worked incredibly hard to improve the quality and nutritional content of school lunches, and then they go and throw it all away, both literally and figuratively, by offering junk food snacks to students. Teachers in schools can't stand the program because it adds more chaos to an already chaotic time of day and fills the kids up with extra sugar, no added nutrients, right before they head back to the classroom and are expected to learn. Most parents I talk to know little to nothing about what snacks are offered, and I guarantee many are unaware that their 5- and 6-year-olds are ditching their actual lunch to go buy cookies, chips, and ice cream. Now, the food and nutrition people like to argue that as a parent, you can control your children's ability to buy or not buy snacks. Let me be clear, I am not fighting this battle for my children. Like you, I value improving the lives of all children, not continuing to stack the deck in the favor of kids like my own. The Food and Nutrition Services also like to point out that all their snacks meet USDA requirements for being healthier options than the mass market versions of the same item. I am just asking that we do better. The bare minimum should not be our standard for success. There is zero nutritional or educational value in students having access to ice cream during the school day. And in reality, it is detrimental to both their current and future well-being. We are asking children to make decisions that will affect them into adulthood that most of them are not developmentally capable of making. I have offered to sit with the Food and Nutrition Department to brainstorm ideas to generate other revenue. I am not opposed to them making a profit. I am opposed to them making a profit by sacrificing the well-being of children. I have presented alternatives such as selling snacks after school so parents know what their children are buying, or simply removing desserts and chips from the menu. As a school board who is making decisions for the future of these students, I ask you to deeply consider the implications for their health. As humans, we can live long, happy, productive lives without a formal education. The same cannot be said without good health, and we need to prioritize accordingly. We are a big district, and we have a profound impact for better or worse. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a good evening.
Thank you. We have number 6. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is George Mama. I'm a Jeffco resident, grandfather, and retired police chief. I spoke to you about a year ago. I think some of you would remember that, and a few of you are new, so you may not. At the time, I spoke to you about the dangers you're pushing and by using the term trusted adult to replace or minimize the term parent or legal guardian. I was particularly concerned about the state teachers union and our teachers self-identifying as trusted adults. I learned that school staff could identify themselves as trusted adult based on insufficient criteria. A certificate for a short workshop would allow anyone that completes the course to identify themselves as a trusted adult to their students. No one can identify themselves as a trusted adult to other people's children. I've been speaking to people that live in my district, mostly in the south end of town, to find out how they think things are going. One person stated that their family was leaving Colorado for a variety of reasons, but education was top on their list. She said that they are constantly having to worry about perverted and so-called trusted adults who can't be trusted, either as sexual predators or pushing activist agendas on a consistent basis. It makes parents weary always having to battle the day-to-day, where parents are considered the enemy by the schools and are taken out of the education loop, always being the last to know what's going on in their child's life. I was in hope that our practice, or that your practice, would have changed, but it appears they haven't. I've continued to follow you mostly in the news with regard to our children being perpetrated on by trusted adults. You have many staff under investigation for criminal acts against students. The bottom line is that is your responsibility to protect the students from predators and to ensure that the district does its due diligence in hiring staff that do not pose a potential liability. Secondly, I would prefer that my tax money go for education, not litigation and restitution. I once attended a training where a facilitator, a trained sex offender treatment board member, stated that she never met a sex offender that she didn't like. It's my experience, which is supported by extensive research, that predators go to where the prey is. The schools, sports, churches, etc. Given that, I encourage you to reevaluate your use of the term trusted adult, as well as beefing up the hiring practices to include extensive reference checks, online research on every potential hire. These are our children and grandchildren. You're entrusted with their lives, and the damage that's done leaves a scar that stays forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 7. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Jesse Jerome. I'm from Lakewood, Colorado. Excuse me, I'm a lifelong resident of Jefferson County. I'm a graduate of the Jefferson County High School. My daughter graduates Addenbrook tomorrow. I'm emotional that my daughter's graduating, but I have some massive issues with Addenbrook, and I need this team's help to solve these problems. I've taken these complaints to the administration staff at Addenbrook and to the board, and it's largely fallen on deaf ears. And I'm at my wit's end with this. I'm very frustrated. I think they need fundamental and immediate oversight. I'm acutely aware that they're a self-governing entity operating within a charter agreement within Jefferson County. The board of directors have made it clear they're a policy board and only responsible for the hiring or dismissal of one position within Addenbrook, and that's the executive director. Some examples of the problems that I've dealt with are, and I'm quoting their policy manual, per their board of directors policy manual, section 3.12, board appointment procedures, quote, due to the inherent conflict of interest in having an employee of ACA on the board, neither faculty nor staff, nor their spouses or immediately family members may serve on the board, end quote. The 2023-2024 school year from Infinite Campus lists John Byrne as a teacher at Addenbrook. John Byrne also sits on the board of directors for Addenbrook. Additionally, this year, the current principal announced their retirement from the school. John Byrne has been selected as the principal for Addenbrook. Despite the fact that he has no credentials that remotely resemble anything you guys require for teachers not in charter schools, I have some additional problems with that. You might be asking why I'm concerned with this. Well, while he's seated as a board member, he applied for, interviewed, and was subsequently selected as the principal. On the hiring committee was Christian Summers, who is the board president for Addenbrook. Those are some very clear conflict of interest to me. To reference Mr. Mumma and his talk of due diligence with background checks, I did my due diligence on John Byrne. His social media is replete with hate speech. And I apologize, but I'm quoting him. Quote, nature gives us a minimum of a hint that homosexual behavior is morally wrong, end quote. The second one is, quote, I won't bore you with all the arguments. But to put it simply, homosexuality is destructive to individuals and society as a whole. End quote. I apologize. If these statements make you uncomfortable, they should. It's unacceptable, and I need your help, please. My daughter's speaking next.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Shelby Jerome. I'm a lifelong Jefferson County resident, and I'm a senior at Addenbrooke Classical Academy, a public charter high school. I've been attending Addenbrooke since I was in 4th grade, and I deeply love my school. However, the events of the last 3 years have resulted in the loss of my school pride. 3 years ago, after the pandemic, my school experienced a significant leadership change in multiple positions. Since then, concerning changes in my education have occurred. Starting in December of 2023, my parent, who just spoke, and I began raising concerns of religious entanglement to our administration. This includes events taking place within religious facilities, school-sponsored field trips that mandate pause in activities and encourage group prayer, concert repertoire that is near completely religious, capstone projects that are held in religious facilities belonging to the board president, Christian Summers, and comments from Mr. Rick Netzer, the executive director, that contradict his claim that these churches act as performance venues. He stated to all of the students, quote, "Ladies, cover your shoulders and knees. We are in a place of worship. Act like it," end quote, during a concert rehearsal at a church. These concerns have been heard by the administration and board of directors, and though there has been a promise of follow-up or alternate options, there has been no such follow-up. These events the school hosts serve as mandatory finals, assignments, or allow for awards of service hours or an extra half credit added to GPA. Mr. Rick Netzer has stood firm in his decision to host these events in religious facilities due to better acoustics. However, when questioned further, has admitted that the school facilities have adequate acoustics during events, stating, quote, "Bodies absorb sound, so when you fill an area with bodies, the acoustics improve," end quote. Finally, Mr. John Byrne, the new principal, is a religious extremist and has made the following concerning statements on his social media and open source blog. Quote, "Prayer for and in schools," end quote. Quote, "The church/Christians must bring the good news of the gospel to the world, to their workplace, their kids' baseball team, and into the schools," end quote. And quote, "I pray for a Christianized nation," end quote. My school has shown a consistent push for the Christian faith, and students like myself who do not align with the Christian faith have been experiencing coercion. I do not feel welcomed at my school because of my personal beliefs. I've exhausted my options for who to turn to. My school is showing itself to be a nepotistic, have administration in collusion with one another, and have motives that violate the separation of church and state. I graduate high school tomorrow, and I will not be able to experience a school that welcomes me for who I am and what I believe. However, I hope that you guys are able to help me and help my school so that those who are still there that I'm leaving behind are able to experience a school that welcomes them for who they are and what they believe, and for this change that I've been fighting for a year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have number 9? You can just come on either side. Welcome. Please introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Guzman. I live in the Green Mountain area with my husband and my 5 kiddos. I hope that you will give the following suggestions regarding hiring processes serious thought and accept our desire to collaborate in finding solutions to raising hiring standards and avoiding any more employee scandals moving forward. First, as a parent who has dealt with a highly contentious hire of an art teacher who, at the time of her placement, ongoing throughout the semester, and even currently as she remains with elementary school students in her classroom every day at the school, keeps extremely disturbing content on many platforms across the internet. I would like to address Jeffco's failure to implement their social media policy in this instance. Despite this being a highly commonplace and common sense practice across all other industries in our internet age, we have been told by the principal of the school, the area superintendent, and even Ms. Dorland herself, that a candidate's social media and/or online presence does not come into play during the hiring process. Yet Jeffco's social media policy encourages all employees to conduct themselves in a professional manner and refrain from posting inappropriate content on personal social media channels. Further, threats, obscene or vulgar content, racist or discriminatory statements, or any other conduct that puts the safety of schools and students at risk will not be tolerated. How does Jeffco ensure that this policy is being followed if a candidate's social media and internet presence is not researched before hiring or after hiring? Knowing who a person is before hiring them to represent Jeffco can prevent or at least minimize any surprises or scandals before they happen. In our culture, social media is now simply an extension of a person's very being. These public avenues of personal expression are not private or separate from one's performance inside of a professional role or on the couch at home. District-wide implementation of this policy is in the necessary interest of student safety and district credibility. Second, please formally promote the involvement of parents and community members in the hiring process for teachers and student-facing positions at the classroom level. The messaging and process already exists for the placement of principal positions, and expanding that process to include classroom teaching positions is a concrete way for Jeffco to back up their stated commitment to family and community partnerships, and would lend itself to an increase in transparency and accountability. After the breakdown we've all seen district-wide, we need to see Jeffco take action to rebuild trust and confidence in this system, and this is one way to begin doing so. Lastly, how can parents be certain that hiring is based on merit alone rather than preferentially based on protected class or personal relationships? For example, Jeffco seems all too eager to hide behind anti-discrimination, one-sided protected speech, and bare minimum background check laws, which in our experience turn out only to serve as scapegoats for protecting the district from public scrutiny. The district needs to start taking a real step towards keeping personnel accountable for the employees they hire by establishing a system to reward outstanding candidate placement and to deliver consequences for negligent and/or flagrantly unacceptable candidate selection. We want to trust that you will take your position seriously and work towards actual solutions by implementing practical and measurable changes rather than just going through the motions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Number 10, do I have number 10? Hello and welcome.
Hello. Can everyone hear me? Great. Dear board members and Superintendent, Ms. Tracy Dorland of Jeffco Public Schools, thank you for hearing my public comment. I am Maud Vigitor, a 13-year-old Jeffco Public Schools 8th grade student at North Arvada Middle School and an eco-warrior. I am also the youngest United Nations Child Advisor and the founder of nonprofit Maud for Ecoethics and the Ecoethics Global Movement. My topic today is Every School a Green School. I started the program Every School a Green School in December of 2018 when I was 7 years old. Firstly, in September 2019, I was able to bring about the switch from carcinogenic styrofoam lunch trays to compostable bagasse trays in all the 155 schools, impacting the then total of 86,000 students, thus saving the health of the students and also eliminating nearly 25 million styrofoam lunch trays from going to the landfill till date. Woo! I achieved this with the help of a signature campaign and then a handwritten letter to the then superintendent, Dr. Jason Glass, when I was 7 years old, and who then formed a food and nutrition task force, which included me as one of the members and headed by the current FNS Executive Director, Ms. Beth Wallace. I attend all the monthly meetings from December 2018 to August 2019. I was really thrilled to see such a district-wide change. Secondly, I'm happy to share that collectively, Jeffco Public Schools won the Guinness World Record for collecting most markers for recycling. Let's all give a round of applause to ourselves. Woo!
I organized the attempt in North Urbana Middle School on December 3rd, 2021, after the COVID comeback, and Miss Tracy Dorland as the superintendent. Then Guinness World Record took nearly 13 months to verify the data and credentials and finally awarded the record on January 1st, 2023. And we hope to have an award ceremony in the very near future. And now for my next projects, they are number 1. We all know that the clean air is a better mind. And I want to improve indoor air quality with the Clean Air Better Mind campaign with a plan for each classroom. Number 2, I want to educate students and the public on environmental conservation. For this, I want to open a climate museum in a currently empty school building, even if it is a temporary setup. And number 3, after school STEAM programs for educating students and environmental conservation. I want to start Eco Blazers after the school program where each school can offer to their students, and through my nonprofit, I can bring in sustainability programs to those enrolled students. I thank President Ms. Mary Parker for meeting with me, and I look forward to working with the district on the above mentioned projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody want to go after that? No. Do we have a number 11? Thank you.
I'll celebrate.
Welcome.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Amanda Deach, and currently I teach PE at Mortensen Elementary, and I'm paired at Red Rocks Elementary next year. Am currently paired at Red Rocks Elementary. Next year, the district has asked me to travel to a mountain school 40 minutes away from my home, so I will no longer be with the school I poured into this last year. I have been teaching in Jeffco since January 2006, and even through the pay freeze and the pandemic, I supported this district and believed that Jeffco tried to do what's best for kids until this year. This is the year that I began traveling for art, music, and PE. I was told that budgetary restraints were the reasons why specials teachers had to be stretched between 2 schools, as it saved the district $1 to $2 million per year. As a fiscally aware person, I recognize the hardships of adhering to budgets, and I believe in doing so. But after being a part of 2 AMP-paired schools this year and another one next year, I felt convicted to come before you today to tell you how horrible this process actually is for our schools. I know pairing saves the district money, but for the last 5 years, according to their own data, the district has over budgeted by anywhere from 10 to 50 million each year. More funding is coming from the state as the budget stabilization factor is eliminated, and I am here today asking for just a fraction of these funds to go toward allowing our AMP teams to stay rooted in their home communities. Specials teachers are the only teachers at a school that teach children for up to 6 years straight. We see them through celebrations. Unfortunately, we see them through some trauma, through moments of pause and moments of growth. And in our environments, we often see them excel in areas where they don't necessarily thrive elsewhere. Our classrooms are natural environments for social emotional learning, but this requires relational investments, and that is at risk with this decision to pair. It is impossible to reach a student if they don't trust that you'll be accessible down the road. A principal I worked with described the pain of pairing perfectly. He said it's kind of like a real-life Hunger Games. At the end of every year, your name is unwillingly put into a lottery. You don't know where you're going to end up, but you know it won't be under circumstances where it's best for the school or the staff or the kids or for your family or for you. Our home schools miss us when we're gone. We're an important part of school culture. Our paired schools are wary of our presence because they've seen AMP teams come and go, and they don't want to connect with a person who will eventually be forced to leave. With the lack of continuity and structure from grade level to grade level, student behavioral issues increase. School-wide traditions such as concerts, art shows, performances, intramural sports, and field days are different every year with these communities. So the cohesive quality of each small school suffers as a result of pairing as well. Removing AMP negatively affects the culture and emotional well-being of our students, already an emotional crisis. I have loved being a teacher since I was out at the collegiate gates, and I love this district. I have felt loved and valued within my communities, but the district has made me and countless other AMP teachers feel incredibly unvalued. I may not have come under the wing of the union tonight, but I do hope you have heard and have valued my voice. And thank you for the work you do for our kids every day.
Thank you. Do we have a number 12? Okay. Welcome.
Hi there. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Sally Grady. My family lives in Lakewood. I have 2 children who attend elementary school at our neighborhood school. I'm speaking tonight to share the experience of my family this semester. I'm doing so to ask for more robust hiring practices and enforcement of existing employee conduct policies. Back in January, the school hired a new art teacher. This event in itself was not unusual, as our school has experienced unprecedented staff turnover this year. Families and staff members discovered this teacher's currently accessible and pervasive online presence, creating, promoting, and selling images with inappropriate themes, to say the least. The current teacher has virtually no teaching experience, was hired on interim authority, and was selected over at least one very highly qualified, experienced, and licensed applicant. In January, parents came to the principal with concerns about the teacher's online content and gender identity discussions taking place in the classroom. We asked questions regarding the hiring process and implementation of protocols to avoid student exposure to this content. The response we received was evasive and dismissive. Concerned parents removed their children from art class, and the principal's behavior toward these families changed abruptly. Since February, this principal has arbitrarily removed parents from the building in front of their own children, in front of other families, and in front of staff. In 3 of these instances, she initiated security calls. I have been targeted twice in the past 2 weeks, once while I was volunteering in my child's math class, and another time while walking through the school hallway with 2 of my children and a teacher. In both instances, I was told to leave the school. When I asked why, the principal said I had received a communication from you, Ms. Dorland, stating that I could not be inside the school. I have asked for this communication to be provided, and it has not been. A Jeffco record search for this communication comes up empty. Why is this bullying behavior targeted at parents who brought up safety concerns being allowed? Why has it been allowed to continue for months? I'm here tonight to encourage you to look at district hiring processes and to consider vetting social media to ensure that a situation like this does not occur again. Please base your hiring decisions on merit and qualifications. Please hold this school leader accountable for her tactics of intimidation and humiliation. Please honor the family-school community partnership that claims to welcome parents to the school community. I'm going to close by showing you a few images because I think that it's important to remind you what brought me here to speak tonight. Over the past few months, many images associated with Foothills have been brought to your attention, but you haven't seen these ones. These are my children. They're my family. They're my whole life. Please remember why we're all here tonight. You were elected to serve these children and 80,000 others like them. Please don't let them down. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have a number 13? Yes, please come forward. Welcome.
Hello, sorry. Hello and good evening to our board, our audience, and to everyone listening and watching at home. My name is Josh. I was born and raised in Jeffco. I attended Jeffco schools from kindergarten through graduation. I'm a proud Jeffco employee. Jeffco has been my home for my entire life, and I am also homeless. So I apologize if I cannot complete the required opening of this address to you, where I state my city of residence, as I do not have one. I'm a Jeffco employee, and I am homeless. I'm a full-time education support professional with 8 years in this county. I have numerous trainings, certifications, and qualifications through this county. Last semester alone, I worked over 300 hours of overtime to help cover staff shortages and plow snow. I worked 60-plus hour weeks, 12-plus hour days. I arrived at my school at 4 a.m. to clear snow, sometimes not leaving until 8:30 at night to help clean other schools I did not work at. I would go weeks without seeing members of my family that I lived with because I was gone from 3:30 a.m. to after 8 p.m. I lost out on sleep, food, breaks, and self-care, pushing my body and mental health to the limits in order to provide the students of Jeffco the best possible learning experience and environment. I am a homeless Jeffco employee. I'm homeless because I don't make enough money as a supervisor in this county to afford to live. I cannot afford car insurance. I'm out $10,000 on the car payment I don't have. I cannot afford to pay for medical insurance. I cannot afford to pay for critical medical procedures that I need. If it were not for the generosity of my coworkers that are in this room behind me and outside, I would be living in my car right now. I'm currently in someone's basement of my school because I cannot afford rent, all the while working for a district that says that they value their employees. I am a homeless Jeffco employee because Jefferson County Public Schools does not think that I deserve to make a living wage because I clean toilets for a living. I choose to clean toilets for a living. All the while, the district sits on $211 million of taxpayer money in reserves that they refuse to use to pay their own employees with, including employees like health aides, paras, bus drivers, and me, a living wage. I am a homeless Jeffco employee. I literally cannot afford to work for Jeffco anymore. If our wages aren't increased to a livable wage and our health insurance isn't made affordable soon, then I and many other ESPs will have no other choice to leave Jeffco, leave our students, leave our buildings, leave our communities, leave our homes in Jeffco. I am a homeless Jeffco employee because the administrators in this ivory tower called the Ed Center don't think I deserve to make a livable wage because I choose to clean toilets. You pay an attorney $10,000 a session to fight your own ESPs rather than using it to pay your employees a living wage. If you truly value your workers, pay us like you do, and stop paying people like Brent Case. Signed, a homeless Jeffco employee who may not be here next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room signed up to speak? I think that is the end of our public comments. I want to thank everybody that was here tonight. I really appreciate your time and commitment to making your voices heard. Unfortunately, our public comment period is not a time to dialogue back and forth, but I want to assure you the board has been meeting in executive session. We are aware of the issues that are going on and the environment that is happening right now.
I'm going to go ahead and add to that if I can, because I think it's interesting how this is broken down. So I just want to reinforce that no one of us makes a decision alone. The superintendent doesn't work for you, President Parker. She works for all of us. And we do follow the policy governance principles, which say that, number one, we all work together, that we allow processes to work, that we don't negotiate individually, one-on-one, with with any of our associations, but we certainly do support collective bargaining. We believe that that's a really important aspect. So, and within that, we have provisions for when things break down, and impasse is one of them. And I've been on the union side of it when we've come to impasse. And I actually really appreciate that process because it allows us to bring in someone who is objective, to really dig down into what is fair and what is proper treatment of people and what are the facts. And to have that opportunity for an objective person who's not involved to bring that to the board so that we can make an informed and clear-headed decision, barring the ability to make negotiations work completely. So I just wanted to clarify that and to reinforce our collective understanding of what our role is within policy governance. And so that's just my addition to this tonight.
Thank you. And we are ready to go on now to our study session portion. Our first topic of study tonight, the Board of Education will receive an update and have the opportunity to visit with leadership from the District Accountability Committee. As a reminder to the board and the listening public, the purpose of the DAC is to serve in an advisory role to the board, primarily in the 4 major areas of budget, improvement priorities, student achievement, and family engagement. Tonight, I want to thank the DAC Chair, Therese Redner, for being here with us to provide the DAC's annual update on what the DAC accomplished and what they learned and identified areas of need. Before I turn this over to the DAC committee and Mr. Weiss, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, President Parker. I want to thank Mr. Weiss and Ms. Pena for the work that they do to support the District Accountability Committee as staff. And I want to just highlight for the board that I do feel that the DAC, the co-chairs, and the lead committee members have really been exceptional leaders who've owned the work. And I believe that Mr. Weiss and Ms. Pena have really been able to be facilitators and supporters of community members who really are leading this committee. So thank you for the time, energy, and commitment that you all have put into this incredible process. And I look forward to hearing the conversation between our board and our DAC this evening. And Mr. Weiss, am I handing it to you?
Yep.
Great.
Thank you. Yep. And we're getting the deck up on the screen here. So, all right. Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you, board. We are here tonight just as our end of the year opportunity to connect and dialogue with the board regarding the District Accountability Committee. We have most of our subcommittees from the DAC represented here. And so we're going to just really give you a quick summary of the work that we've done this year and then an opportunity to ask some questions of this group. And I'm going to turn it over to Therese Rednor, our chair of the DAC.
Push this. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. We're going to just break this down into each subcommittee chairperson that's here will certainly present on their own individual subcommittee. I'm giving you an overview of what we learned, what we accomplished, and what we need. So I'm kind of looking at the presentation here. So the first thing that I want to sort of call out is that to make this committee work with it, which is a full committee of 60 members, we really took some time at the beginning of this year to conduct retreats so that we could come together, various community members, to establish what our work really is, because we operate in 4 lanes. And I want to call out that we also did a DAC committee. So we did our retreat with our executive committee. We also did a full DAC committee retreat. I think that established some really good working relationships between a variety of community members, and this is something that we plan to continue. This might seem kind of boring, but it was really kind of a highlight because we really established and worked very hard on our bylaws. And these are like governing policies. These are important things to work on. And I want to just sort of lift up that we accomplished and passed our bylaws that hadn't been reviewed in 8 years. So I feel like we have set a good foundation for future DACs to move forward. We continue to gain mid-year appointments. That's another very important part of what we've done. We've had open houses within our own in-house group. And one thing I want to also lift up that we continue, that we as a DAC want to bring to the board, that the community conversations that Superintendent Dorland and her team conducted, we feel that those should absolutely continue. That would be one very strong piece of advice that we give to the board and to Superintendent Dorland, that as a DAC, we think that those community conversations absolutely should continue. Some things that we learned, so I guess we can kind of keep moving the slides forward. One more slide. There you go. We worked really hard in the last several sessions. So we meet once a month for 9 meetings, and we meet for 3 hours at a time. But one thing that we discovered is that we really need to work on the communication loop, both internally, but I would also offer that our DAC members are bringing that forward, that it's important work to do from the Board of Education to our constituents, to our parents, and to our students, also from a district level, to close that communication loop between parents, parent engagement, between district and between boards. So we're doing some deep work and coming up with some concrete advice that we plan to bring forward in the beginning half of the 24-25 school year. We also discovered we need continuous recruitment. In order to have a full DAC that's 60 members, we kind of ended up at 44 members, active members. Sometimes it was 22 active members at a meeting. We know how that goes. But judging on, we've seen a lot of interest with some new applicants. But we will continue to recruit for more voices at the table so that we do have a full DAC. We think the more people that are involved, the more engagement that we have, the more effective we can be. And one thing that we absolutely want to work on for the next year is creating a connection between the SACs and the DACs to the board that kind of ties into the communication loop. And that is something that we learned needs to be heavily addressed next year, and with some absolute plans to bring that forward. What we need, and from a high level, from the board and from the district, and we do appreciate Dave Weiss and Tara Pena, they do an amazing job, and we have a lot of support from the district, but we need assistance in continually recruiting for DAC. What that looks like, we can come up with a lot of different plans, but we need assistance to recruit DAC members. We would like to establish in this type of forum, not just from subcommittees to the board, but we'd like to establish a regular cadence of engagement from the executive committee with the board so that we can be working on, as a group of 60 community members, on things that perhaps the board would like to bring to us. And the third thing that we would like, that we need, we would like to always be considered as DAC as an automatic group that you can seek feedback from if you're either from the district or from the board. If there's something that the district perhaps is considering where they would like to engage in some feedback, you have an automatic group of 60 members that you can kick around some ideas with us, give us a presentation, seek feedback. We don't need to be the only one, but we would absolutely always like to be considered every time you're seeking feedback. Always consider DAC as an avenue for automatic feedback. Thank you.
So we're moving forward to updates from our subcommittees. And I'm Evie Hudak, and I'm the chair of the Family School Community Partnerships Subcommittee, which we call FSCP. People practice saying that, FSCP. We have had a number of accomplishments and successes this year. We helped plan and execute the kickoff for the Articulation Area Representatives, AARs. So at at the end of July, we met with them and told them what their unique role is, because the majority of DAC members are articulation area representatives, parents who represent a group of schools from each articulation area. Then we worked on helping the executive committee plan the DAC retreat so that the DAC members, before they jumped into doing all the work, had some training on what the DAC is, what it does, and we got people to sign up to be on subcommittees. And then we were very active in planning the SAC kickoff, which is an annual event where the chairs of all the SACs plus the principals all get together, and we do some training for the SACs. So far, our committee has already planned the AAR kickoff for this coming year, which is on July 30th, and it will be in 4E in this building. We already have a date for the DAC retreat, which is August 6th, and the SAC kickoff, which is August 27th at Wheat Ridge High School. We listen to a lot of the feedback that we get from people. We had a QR code that attendees from the SAC kickoff could answer a lot of questions about what they want, what they need, what they value, what they prioritize, and we set our goals based on that feedback. We collaborated with the district staff, especially the, especially the Division of Family and Community Partnerships, which obviously does FSCP work in the district, to make sure our efforts are aligned. And we worked with the AARs to increase participation from the SAC members on various surveys and at various community meetings. And we have come up with a new plan for how the AARs will operate, so we think we'll have better communication to and from the SACs to the DAC. We've had some challenges. As always, attendance at meetings seems to drop off through the year, and there just never seems to be enough time to dig deeply enough into all the feedback that we get, because we get a lot. And as I said, we've already started planning this year's, and the SAC kickoff is August 27th, not the 30th. Sorry for that error. And we continue to help the AARs. A big part of what we do in FSCP is to help the AARs in their support of SACs. And so we work closely with the AAR coordinator to do that.
So you're going to take DUIP? No, I got it. I can do it. I reviewed it. Megan Tracy is our DUIP subcommittee chairperson. She couldn't be here this evening. Basically, I have to say that the DUIP is probably one of the, besides FSCP, seems to be one of the most active subcommittees. They meet monthly right before the DAC full DAC meeting. And some of the things that you can see, we're going to be voting on the proposed DUIP that Dr. Carol Eaton and that team is going to be proposing. We're going to be doing our vote on the 21st. Some of the celebrations, you know, again, utilizing the Google response feedback form, that has really helped identify and guided the DUIP subcommittee's work. They also, every meeting that they present to us, to the full DAC, they receive very, very robust engagement and feedback from the full DAC. I will say that some of the challenges that the DUIP subcommittee has had is the low attendance rate. Again, seems to be a common theme. And one thing that is another challenge that's been asked for is we need more family-friendly resources for our community and our SACs, so that the DUIP and then therefore also UIPs from the AAR standpoint to provide to the SAC information, so that we can make that more family-friendly resource so it can be more understandable. I will say that, is there anything else that you would like to add, Dave? Yeah? And now moving on to our charter subcommittee review of the year.
Thank you. Charter school is actually very simple this year. We only had one new application to run through, and we did that in a rapid fashion in December. It was for Coal Creek. I'm trying to reread my notes here on the side here. I think that particular application gave us some good opportunity in the subcommittee to work with the district in a way that we hadn't before, in a little more of a collaborative way. And I think there's some really good learnings out of that with regards to communication with the schools that submitted the application, as well as the interview process afterwards. We were still able to do our work independently, but it was very helpful to have that coordination with the district, and it really supported, I think, our overall evaluation and analysis, and then ultimately a recommendation. I will say one of our strengths, though, we have good attendance. Not sure why. It's probably the puppies and pizza that I promise every year. But that is also a good thing. And I say that because what I've heard from the members of the DAC that work on this subcommittee, that this is one of the most engaging ones they have, particularly because they have an opportunity to work directly with the Board of Education, as well as at times with the district. So that gives them a lot more meaning to them in terms of this particular subcommittee. With regards to some of our challenges, I think really it was the rapid deadline was the biggest challenge. We had to fit in 4 or 5 meetings right during the holidays. But honestly, the team was great and willing to step up and do that. For next year, what I'm looking to do is probably if I'm the chair next year, one of the things I think that the committee was going to look to do is to broaden the knowledge base that's gained within the subcommittee about charter schools to the rest of the DAC. I want to find a way to expand, the understanding of what charter schools do, their purpose, and how the evaluation ultimately works. And I want to try and do that at the beginning of the year so that when we get to the evaluations later in the year, that the DAC is more prepared, and then we can have a more informed conversation at that time. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Oren Levy. I am the chairperson of the budget subcommittee, and have been for the last 2 years. This year, we started the year with an exploration of how similar-sized school districts across our country communicated out to their constituents on budget priorities and receiving information back from them. That was not specifically our charge for the budget subcommittee, and I'm pleased to say we walked into this year in a stable fashion for budget, which was really nice. I've been part of some very, very difficult conversations over my years involved, and this was not one of those years, which was fantastic. So we kind of changed pace a little bit. We started to look forward and think, okay, so could we have a 2-year budget cycle? And for many reasons that are obvious to many people sitting in front of me, that's just not possible. It isn't. Where we might be stable in many ways, our government funding is not. So we quickly discharged that, and that's basically where we ended our work this year on the budget subcommittee. And I will take just a brief moment to say thank you to everybody on the board. I've been involved for 20 years. This is my last hurrah. My kids are out of school. Thank you so much for your support and allowing me to help impact 80,000+ kids through good times and bad. Please keep up the good work.
20 years. Wow. As a longstanding member of DAC and SACS throughout the years, I am Karsten Engebretson, and I am the AAR coordinator for the DAC. And And we have expanded the DAC over the years, almost doubled it. And for the most part, it's been great. But there has been some challenges in terms of recruitment and retainment of members of the DAC. So we as a DAC are working on that and seeing what we can do to help retain and maintain our DAC members. We certainly don't want to lose our DAC members, but life happens. And people move on, and we do miss them when they do leave the DAC. So I have some numbers here that I want to share with you. Total number of AARs on the DAC is 39. We started this year with 35, and then eventually increased that number little by little. Towards the end, we did lose some members, again, due to some life circumstances where they couldn't be on DAC, job changes, whatever that might be. We did lose 8 people over the year, which left us with about 23 AAR representatives. Okay, this is not DAC as a whole. These are AAR representatives. There are 19 DAC members returning. Okay. For one reason or another, some members can't, or want to move on, just like this guy right here. Have to. All right, and it's good to get new blood in here as well as things change, and so that's a great thing to happen. We are in need of 20 new AAR members. And we have, as an entire DAC, 54 DAC applicants. Okay, so we are looking good. Yes, I know. So we've done a great job in terms of getting the word out there, and the interest out there. And we are going to be sitting down, looking at those applicants, and seeing where things fit best. So okay. We are also looking at enhancing the understanding of charter schools and that kind of thing by adding a few people that can have some input both on the subcommittee as well as DAC itself. And so we are sitting good. It's a never-ending cycle in terms of recruitment and getting people to understand DAC. And so we would like to continue to work with the district as well as the school board to strategically recruit and help the community understand what DAC is about and the influence and the advice that can happen throughout this whole system. And so we want to thank you guys for what you do for our district, our community, and our kids. And it's a hard job. So thank you so much. And thanks for taking our advice seriously.
And I just want to point out that our loss is your gain because Erin was on the DAC and then she got elected to the school board. She's one of the 8 we lost.
I know.
And so that's our end of the year report, and we just wanted to leave a little bit of time. I think we've probably gone over time, so we apologize. But if there's anything that you have on your mind that what we could do for you, whether it's tying it up this year or something to think about and look forward to for next year.
Thank you for being here this evening. And I really want to express my gratitude to you, Oren, for your time and for your service, for your leadership. I won't forget watching you lead a panel discussion at our AAR kickoff, our set kickoff. And I'm just wishing you well as you move on. I know that I've personally learned an awful lot from you, and I've appreciated the ways that you've showed up. So thank you so much. And I will miss having you at DAC meetings. Yeah. The other things that I wanted to bring up, when we talk about increasing connection between SACs and the DAC, to the district and then to the board, and having more of that conversation. And I might take a talking point from you, Director Varda. But I know that there are some AARs that have facilitated some community conversations within articulation areas. I know particularly Arvada and Stanley Lake. I'm hoping that the people who've done that can help facilitate or support other AARs in organizing some meetings like that, so that we do have more communication and buy-in from our community members, as well as I think it's a really fertile ground for recruiting people onto DAC and into those positions, because they're demonstrating their interest by showing up. What are my other things? When we talk about continuous recruitment and assistance, I'm curious, what sorts of things can the board do to help support recruitment, if you have ideas?
I've been thinking about this, and one thing that we receive, from the board table, if there could be possibly, something that sort of describes what DAC does, what the impact, does that mean? The impact of DAC, what really DAC does, and how that works with the board. I can just talk in a louder voice. If when you send something out like from the board, if you could have perhaps some continuous conversation about that, or some continuous, I don't mean every single time, but maybe a regular, consider becoming part of the DAC. This is what the District Accountability Committee does. You just need to go to this website, some very clear instructions. That would be, I think, one place to start, if you could include that kind of communication. I don't know if anybody else has any other ideas. Yes, go.
So we need to tell you which articulation areas are lacking AARs. So maybe you, in your community engagement, know of people in that articulation area who might be willing to fill the gap. So that's part of what we could do. We could communicate with you better. You can tell us or tell Dave how you want that to happen.
I actually have that information. So where we've recently, at least, need some assistance and help is in District 2, we have Evergreen and Golden articulation area. Okay. We don't know if we need them. Right. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay.
They might be full after this
year. Yeah.
After this round.
Okay. All right. Okay. This is the data I received here and looked into.
Yeah, this
so
is
okay.
From this past year what we needed.
Oh, okay.
Applicants are coming in now, so we might be full.
Okay. So I guess we'll inform you in terms of what comes up.
That's excellent. And it will be helpful for us to know which articulation areas, especially those that are in our director districts, as our director districts are shifting in this coming year. So I wanted to, let's have that conversation, but it doesn't have to happen right now. We can touch base about it later. And the last thing I want to ask about is this regular cadence of engagement with the board. You know that I'm your liaison. That can be one point of reference. And if there are things directly that the executive committee would like for me to bring back to the board to have discussion with, I'm happy to do that, just for trying to save all of us some meeting time. As we've said, it's difficult to schedule meetings, especially at different parts of the year. So I'm happy to help in facilitating some of that touch point, but there might be other times when we need more engagement, recognizing that. That's all that I have. Thank you again for being here this evening.
This is right along the lines of how can we help you guys recruit, because I think that's probably the most important thing you can do for us is to be fully, I want to say staffed. That's not the right word. Be full. I am wondering, maybe one of the things that we could do possibly be to help produce materials that can be given out at back to school night, parent-teacher conferences, that if you were to work together, say with our communications department or something like that, to help you have things that you can just hand to people and say, hey, if you're interested in getting involved, might be a really great thing to give to kindergarten parents. And So, yeah. Well, seriously, because I think that's when people first come in and start going, how can I get involved? And a lot of times it's like, I can't. I have a 5-year-old and I have a 3-year-old and I have, all this. But it gets them thinking about it so that maybe by the time they've got a 3rd grader, 4th grader, they can start to think about it. So.
Yeah, and if I could respond to that really quick, we have actually worked with our communications department on.
Oh, great.
We've got some marketing material that we put out there. And I think our schools do a pretty nice job of handing it out. I still don't know that it necessarily gives people enough information to know what we're about. And so that's something we'll continue to work on with our principals, because I think a lot of times our principals are a great recruiting mechanism for DAC. Another challenge for us is we have, we didn't mention this in the presentation, but we have people sign up for DAC. We go through the process of looking at the applications. We get them on the DAC. Maybe they come to the first meeting and then they never come back. And I don't think it's necessary. I mean, one could argue maybe we scare them away in our first DAC meeting. I don't know. But I think sometimes people don't realize the time commitment that is required. And this year we actually increased the length of our meetings, as Therese mentioned, to 3 hours based on feedback that we received over the last couple of years that our time was too short and there's not enough space for dialogue. We're providing dinner at our meetings now as well. So we're feeding people when they come to the meeting, which I think has been helpful in terms of making it more manageable to be here. But we definitely, I think we need some retention mechanisms as well, in addition to, marketing materials, because when people come, we want them to stay, and not everybody does. And I know that, as Carson mentioned, life happens. Sometimes people have things come up, and soccer practices get scheduled on the 3rd Tuesday of the month, and, people aren't able to attend. But the people that do attend consistently, we are really grateful to. I think that's important. I think we did a nice job this year of really showing that gratitude to the people who have been coming to DAC this year, because we did ask something different of DAC. We asked for more of their time, and we asked for more of their engagement, and we really were grateful for their work and the folks that were there. We actually had a really great discussion in our last meeting where one of our subcommittee chairs actually really expressed the need to have more attendance at her subcommittee, and I think that conversation in itself had an impact on many DAC members. So when people understand the gravity of the work and the importance, I do think it really helps.
I'm so glad to hear all of that. It sounds great. Do we have childcare for people? Because that's another biggie, right? If you're a single parent, it takes it off the board.
But I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the biggest thing we heard in FSCP was that the SACs did not have enough parent members. And so it's no mystery that the DAC had problems, because the work should begin in each individual school with SAC members. And we did come up with some attempts at helping with recruitment, but that continues to be a big need. And the AARs cannot do their job when there isn't really a SAC at the school. I know everyone's supposed to have one, but the reality is some schools kind of don't. The SACs need help recruiting members for their groups, because if there's enough people in the SACs, then as they learn the process, they're more likely to want to be on the DAC. It used to be a requirement that a DAC member be currently on a SAC. We removed that in the bylaws because that's too much work. But it would really be helpful if when DAC members are being selected, especially as the AARs, they have prior experience on a SAC. So they really know what this accountability committee work is.
There's also somewhat of a fundamental misunderstanding in the community of what a DAC really does. And when you say you're a district accountability member, the feedback I've heard over the years is, oh, we make the decisions and then tell the board what they should do, and they do it. And it's a double-edged sword of people come in and realize, much like any other business anybody's in, change is slow, change is tedious, and it's metered. You have to participate for it to work. One of the ways I think we can increase attendance is through some of the suggestions that were made today to show that there is absolutely a dialogue between the dais in front of this table and the folks behind this table. And if we can continue to make that information known that it is reciprocal, we will get more members. And that's a double-edged sword, because you're going to have members that show up that they want a decision. And you're going to have those that want to do the work. And the ones that want the decision will quickly realize the work comes first.
And that reminds me that people were asking for, when we give you advice, it would be nice further down the line for you to tell us which advice you took.
So, yeah, plates are full. Dave and Tara, of course, they can't do it all. Assistant superintendents can't do it all. But a very strategic, robust support system to help recruit, train the principals, train the SACs, this whole system, a very strategic process that we could maybe do, from where it starts with the SACs itself, and then build it up, to possibly recruiting to DAC. And so that's a little bit of, consideration on your part in terms of how that can happen, in conjunction strategically with us, and we'll get there. So, yeah.
And one of the things FSCP is planning to do this year in that regard is to train the AARs so they can train the SAC chairs and be a better resource to them.
Thank you all for being here. The work you do is really crucially important, and we appreciate all of you and your service, because it is no small task, the work that you all do, and we appreciate it. A lot of my questions, I think, have been answered in amongst the discussion that was just had. I am curious if we have, because I agree, it starts with the SACs. You've got to build that up to the DAC, and I totally agree that the community at large doesn't really understand where DAC fits in, which is no one's fault. I think it's just a complicated nature of the way we operate. I'm curious, if we have SAC groups that are really successful, do they go work with other schools in their articulation area to kind of help build? Like, instead of the AARs owning it all, can we send our really successful SAC leaderships out?
We definitely can, in that it would be a function of the AARs understanding which SACs are the most effective. Thank you for the word.
It's a good word.
However, a lot of the SACs tend to operate in silos, and it goes to the principals as well, of how principals operate their schools. Some are top-down, a few are bottom-up, which is really kind of nice. But yes, that's an excellent suggestion to incorporate into our AARs next year to see if we can, spread the love among the schools.
And actually, FSCP is going to be talking to a successful SAC, which is
effective.
Stony Creek, because one of our FSCP members is aware that it is a successful one, by which we mean they have enough parent members, A, they meet regularly, B, and they know what they're doing, C. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, a lot of SACs don't meet any of those criteria or all of those criteria. So we're going to try to get some ideas from, a self-acclaimed successful SAC, and then use it to create the AAR training for the SAC chairs.
I really like that. I think where we can take what's been effective and utilize it, I think that's wonderful. I also think we can build on, I know there's been increased collaboration amongst principals, so if principals are experiencing that. And it's funny because I always thought of the SAC, and another clarification is our elementary school calls it something different. So I think there's even confusion there, right? But when someone first told me, oh, well, it's kind of how you tell the principal what you want to spend money on, I was at every meeting. So I was like, oh, because that's local, right? And then you can build to the district, I think.
I can just throw a quick pitch in for Columbine. They have their stuff together. They really, as the AAR of the district, yes, they communicate quite well.
Thanks for being here. I got my start on a SAC
never made it to the DAC, so I'm straight here. But yeah, I will go back. But I just lost my train of thought. We hear a lot. Well, I did want to say also, this year, my third year on the board, was when I really made an intention. I'm going to reach back out to my SACs and PTA community in my areas because I haven't had a lot of time with them, but and it's taken a lot of work to just be intentional to say, please invite me. I'd love to come to these things. And so one thing I noticed is sometimes they're a little nervous, like we don't know what to do if a board member wants to come and sit with us. I just thought, as a suggestion, it may be helpful to just coach folks a little bit that it's okay to invite us and we will come and sit informally with them and speak with them. And I think it builds trust and just, you were talking about the bridge between the deck and the board, and I think going into the school at 6 o'clock while they're all meeting there and sitting with them has, for me, been one of the more rewarding things about this year. But one thing I wanted to ask about was what we hear all the time is that there's not as much participation from parents in less resource schools. So, and sometimes that are our Title I schools, but we just know that parents who have more resources participate in schools more in our PTAs. And I just wondered, have you talked about how to specifically focus on schools that don't have a lot of resources, where parents are working at night or just don't have transportation for schools, like all of the different ways we could support parents to enable them to be, and childcare, more involved in the schools?
We did have a subcommittee of FSCP a couple of years ago trying to work on that. But then things moved on and we didn't. And, we also had translation available, interpretation, I think is actually the correct word, at our meetings. And the Spanish-speaking members came for one or two meetings and then didn't come back. So I don't know if that was, the language barrier was a problem. We do need to maybe resurrect that subcommittee and work on that, because typically those are the schools that actually don't have a SAC. And we've been also talking about working with the family engagement liaisons, and I think that's part of where we intend to begin, is working with Susan Jemboski, the Title I person. She came to some of our meetings when we were having that conversation, and circle back to it and talk about how to work with the FELs for a SAC.
If I can jump in here as well, I think that I'd like to just say that I was a Title I principal, and I averaged 20 people at my SAC meetings. And I think it's important to acknowledge that families in Title I communities care as much about their kids' future as anybody else. And so, and sometimes more. And so I think that there's a little bias in this idea that families don't want to be engaged in our more impacted communities. And I think that that might be some training we need to do for leaders in those communities. I think that's certainly something that we need to consider as well. But a lot of it has to do with what you offer, when you offer, and how you offer that opportunity to families. And so I think that we can do some work as a DAC, and I can do some work with my team around leaders. But I also want to kind of bust this myth that our title communities don't have parents that want to be a part of this conversation. And frankly, if you build it in a way that allows them to truly have input in the work of the school that impacts their students, they will come. And so I just think that's important to share, based on your question, not directed at you. I just think that's a very common statement that gets made.
Well, I would like to clarify, I was not at all implying that they are not interested in their schools, but I do think it's important to acknowledge the structural kinds of inequities that exist in our different demographics of families that may prevent them, no matter how much they desire to come and be a part of the school, from being able to come. So I do think it's important to also call out that there may be things that are beyond their control that don't allow all parents who want to be engaged to be engaged.
Real quick, before Dave came aboard as a liaison, face on. He was very much on this as a community soup, and I think we have an expert here, right, that can help us out with that. And you recruited some people to come on to DAC in that direction and in that way. Jefferson High School had a program. This was pre-COVID. And, they were on fire in terms of getting their community involved. And that's something that we might want to take a look at as a DAC and as a community in terms of what they did during that time, and the principal and everybody else involved in that school. And so we'll talk about that and see what we can do.
Thank you so much. And I know we are running over, so I am going to just throw a few bullets out at you that we don't have time to talk about yet. But thank you so much for your work. Really, really appreciate it. And a couple areas that I have thought, for instance, you get the people in the door and they won't stay there, or you lose them. I don't know if you thought about a mentoring program or one of the, more experienced people to be assigned one of the newbies and just, then they could take them out to lunch or do whatever, coffee, that keep them in touch. A couple of other things, too, with the budget, since you guys are really interested in it, as you said, I think it'd be great if you guys could help us out with the legislature in trying to get funding. And if you gave us any of your insight, and I know, Evie, you certainly know what they do down there, but they just came up with a big revamp of the finance formula. And I'm assuming they're going to have to tweak it and things will change. But anyway, you guys could have the expertise to help us lobby down there. Also for the UIP, you guys do a really good job and you bring it to us. But I'm thinking, too, maybe we could make sure we get to you when our district is starting the work. We talk about it and our priorities, but make sure that we are communicating with you where we are. Then in the area of the family, school, and community partnerships, the surveys especially, you guys are getting to be real champs on surveys. And we just had a presentation on the family perception survey, and we as a group thought we really need to try and get more participation from certain areas. And so if you use your membership on the DAC, that maybe they can get in touch with the schools, and figure out a way to increase that. And then the last thing I had was on charter schools. I believe that Dr. Adiko is doing a wonderful job with our charter schools. And I believe that she worked with the DAC a little bit on some of the, more like a template or something that you can fill in for evaluating either new applications or renewals or something. But I think the more we can have it be more formal, it will be even better in keeping our good relationships with the charters and also making sure we're doing our due diligence. So anyway, just threw those things out at you.
You said there's no talk.
Oh, well, I don't want to say it that way. Okay. But we do have another group that's been waiting so patiently, I know, and we want to hear from them. Thank you so much for what you do. Appreciate it. Okay, for the final agenda item for study tonight, the board will discuss the third quarter 2023-24 financial report and have the opportunity to dialogue with its financial advisory committee. Consistent with statutory requirements, the district prepares and publishes quarterly financial reports that are interim and unaudited financial statements. The reports are posted publicly on our financial transparency website and reviewed with our financial advisory committee. Members of the Financial Advisory Committee will share a set of conclusions and recommendations based in part on their review of the quarterly financial report and in part on other meeting content and discussions. I want to sincerely thank members of the FAC for their work to provide the board timely insight into the financial well-being of the district and for waiting around for this kind of late start to your presentation. Before I turn it over to Ms. Rosario, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
I just thank you, President Perker. Once again, want to thank our community members for the time, energy, and effort that they spend with us to engage in the work and study what they are able to study in the time that we have with them. And thank you for spending time here this evening, waiting to speak with the board. And thank you to Ms. Rosario for leading this effort and being here tonight as well.
Thank you for having us, Board of Education. I'd like to introduce Melissa Jameson and Teresa Shelton. They are our members of the Financial Advisory Committee. I would like to have them share with you their reflections over the last year, and then I'll dive into the third quarter financial report.
And
you don't want that to happen. Great, thank you so much. Thanks to the board for inviting us here this evening. As Shawneen just mentioned, we were in front of the committee just back in March, so we don't have any new recommendations, but we thought it would be helpful to just recap some of the work that we've done over the year. And I know you have seen the memo, so I'm not going to read it back to you. I will just go ahead and try to summarize some of the key things that we did in terms of the work and then the recommendations that we made to the board. So the first couple bullets there are talking about in the summer, we took some time as a committee to think about what our scope was and what we had been charged to do by the board. As committee members, we were all had been on the committee now for a year, and we thought it was appropriate to take a deep dive into that. And that resulted in us making some suggestions to the board, some edits on what the scope of our committee work would look like. And the board did adopt those changes and those edits in the spring of 24, so that was great. And we also, as a committee, for the first time, created governing bylaws. And that has been really helpful in just setting forth terms, how the committee operates, where we want to recruit from, et cetera. So that was a first step for our committee, and that was great. The key thing I want to also just mention when we took a deep dive into the scope of our work was we did end up changing, and the board approved changing the name of our committee from financial oversight to financial advisory. And then in terms of the financial work during the year, I mean, we are the financial advisory committee, so we regularly engage in a lot of dialogue with the district. And I just want to shout out really quick, thank you to Superintendent Dorlin, who attends all those meetings, and we really appreciate her support of our work. And then the team, Bren and Shawneen, the materials that are presented have been really helpful in helping us focus on our work. So we engage in regular financial dialogue, and we look at the financial reports, we look at them, how they compare to budget, and ask some key questions on what's happening. We talk about the formulation of the budget. And the natural next part of that is we talked a little bit in the early part of the year about reserves. And I know there's a lot of conversation around the strategic use of those reserves. And the one thing that we have encouraged is that as those reserves get drawn down, that there be focus on how reserves are used and if they're used for more one-time expenditures as opposed to trying to support recurring expenditures with reserves. That can be a little uncomfortable and potentially not very strategic. The other couple things that I want to just speak about briefly is in the spring, we started talking a little bit more about the long-term financial health of the district and the need to stay competitive. So it's critically important for Jeffco to stay competitive with our surrounding districts, both in the programming that we offer to our students and then importantly, and how we attract and retain those professionals to deliver that mission. So we had some conversations about that in the springtime, and those have been going, those will continue, obviously. And then the last part of kind of the work that we did over the year is on the capital side. The Capital Asset Advisory Committee, they really are tasked with what I'll call substantive oversight of CapEx and capital spending. But from our committee's perspective, we do remain apprised on what's happening with, for example, the vacant facilities. We actually have, Melissa serves on the facility Disposition Advisory Committee. So we remain apprised about what's happening there because proceeds from those sales obviously are going to have huge impact on the general fund and all other fund budgets going forward. We also had some dialogue and have started dialogue with the district about how to fund capital spending. So the CIP will be coming to a close. Those remaining funds are going to be deployed here, I believe, within fiscal year 25. And so how do the ongoing one-time as well as what I'll call maintenance CapEx, making sure that there are plans for funding those from just the general fund going forward. So we've started dialogue on that. That's the background of the work. We meet once a month, so it's not as though we can do everything, but we've covered a lot of areas. The key recommendations, I will just, once again, we are advisory in nature, but we did make a couple recommendations, a few I know of which are in process. But in November, we talked about the capital spending and making sure that the district is looking at how to fund now capital programs out of just the general fund budget. That's super important going forward. And I know there's a lot of work taking place, and we'll, I'm sure, learn more about it here in the fall. There's work taking place to prepare multi-year capital plans. So that'll be really important. We also did make a recommendation in November about the strategic deployment of reserves. I spoke to that a moment ago. And then this last part was the recommendations that we made in March, which I think we're all looking forward to seeing how those kind of come to fruition. But we recommended that the district share comparative analyses of supplemental revenues. So as we think again about the long-term financial health of the district and how reserves might get drawn down here, we thought it would be appropriate to start sharing how do Jeffco's supplemental revenues, so not the state funding per pupil funding that we all get, but the supplemental revenues, how do those compare to our surrounding districts? And it would be helpful for everyone to understand and see what that looks like and whether there are opportunities to improve those supplemental revenues. We also recommended sharing comparison analyses with our surrounding district on expenses. And those are expenses, some examples we gave were student staff ratios, Jeffco and the surrounding districts, average teacher salaries, and then just general administrative expenses per student in both our instructional programs and in our central administrative. So that's the work that we engaged in over the last year. We will be brainstorming in our last meeting here at the end of the month. Yes, it is May. We will be brainstorming topics for next year, but we remain absolutely open to anything that the board, and we invite the board to let us know what projects you're interested in and what things we can help you out on as it relates to our role. So thank you. And of course, if you have any questions, please let us know.
Thank you, Ms. Shelton. I would also be remiss to not mention that we do have 4 open seats on the FAC committee. And so as we were talking about all the applicants into DAC, also consider that we really are looking for additional community members to join our team and to join this work that this team is really spearheading and embracing.
Board members, do you have questions?
I just also want to lift up my appreciation for the work that you do because this is not easy. And I really resonated with one of the recommendations, the last one, which is how can we talk about things, I'm paraphrasing, in ways that voters and the community can really understand? How do we find those metrics that we can speak to in a way that is understood and easily grasped? And I really appreciate that because I do think so many people love this district. And it's hard to talk about budgets and the complexities of the size it is. So thank you for that. I agree with that very much.
I just want to echo a thank you. I really appreciate your expertise and all of the knowledge that you bring to the discussions. And getting to join you all has made me admire you more. And I do really appreciate when you really go into the discussion and just really dialogue and back and forth, the diversity of how you all bring the different skills to the conversation is one that I know as a board member I don't get anywhere else except in that committee. So I really appreciate that you bring that kind of expertise and skill there. I wish all of our board could hear your discussions all of the time. The summary is only a little bit of the quality of that. So thank you very much.
I want to thank you for being here as well. And when you talk about the openings that you have, I think of you and the CAC as two committees that really need some good expertise in the membership. The DAC is our biggest committee, but it can be, because it's so big really, it can be all walks of life, if you will, all expertise and experiences. So my question to you is, what kinds of qualities should I be looking for in recruits to try and find someone to participate on your committee?
That is a great question. And one of the things that we talked a little bit about was, like if we think about our PTAs in particular, the people that are treasurers and are presidents on those PTAs, those are the kind of folks that I think would not be intimidated. I think, quite honestly, the name of the committee itself is somewhat intimidating to people, and they may feel like they don't have enough exposure or experience to bring to that committee. But I would say it's more about a willingness and a desire to learn and to want to support what's happening in our schools. And I would say we've got probably more diversity on the committee now of backgrounds than maybe we've had before. And I think that brings really unique and helpful perspectives. So I would say, to the extent, President Parker, that we can get principals just talking to, everybody has in their school the 10 or 15 people that get really involved. And I think if we can identify one or two of those people in every school to at least consider the FAC, I think that would be awesome. But those are the kind of people I think that we tend to see. Melissa, do you have anything else you would add to that?
There we go. Yeah, I would say even if they were willing to, kind of trial run a meeting and see what we do and that we actually study the financial materials presented, this isn't us generating. So I think that's kind of a misperception often.
So bring a buddy to the meeting or something. That would be great. Okay. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Yeah.
I'm curious, as far as the current membership on the committee, since we're talking about recruitment, are there any district employees that are on that committee? No. Okay. Thank you.
Actually, part of our governing bylaws, when we put them together, the one thing we talked about to be cognizant of was we didn't necessarily want to have district employees. And also we were cognizant of folks that might have potential perceived or actual conflicts of interest in their professional lives with the district. And we actually had a member, for various reasons, they decided that it was best not to be part of that committee.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for waiting around too. Really appreciate it. Okay, I guess Shanine, you got some more for us?
Yes. Thank you for having me again. And yes, I get to wrap up part of your evening with third quarter financial reports. Ms. Copeland wasn't able to join me tonight, so I'm going to fly solo and try to get you guys through this. So I have the clicker. Hold it the right way. Okay. So the third quarter financial report, just to give you a little background, this is a year-to-date report that is through March 31st, 2024. We do have benchmarks that are shown throughout the presentation, and they're 75%, meaning it's 3/4 of the year, and that's truly just a benchmark. If we look at what's happened typically in the past, by this time, year-to-date March, we usually have spent 71 to 72% of our year's expenditure. So it's not an exact science, it's just a benchmark. So keep that in mind as we look at some of these graphs. And then also, just in general, our spending is relatively stable from Q2 to Q3, And generally, then we see a substantial increase in Q4 as we're working through year-end close process and any accruals that happen at the end of the year. Additionally, and we'll mention this again, local tax receipts occur March through May, so revenue definitely doesn't follow that trend with the 75%. And any of the data that's shown in this report, it reflects our revised budget amounts that were authorized by you guys in January. So looking at this concept of 75% benchmark and looking at the prior 2 years, the green is FY22, orange is FY23, just showing per quarter how much of our general fund is spent each quarter. So this is demonstrating that trend of like first quarter does have a lower amount generally spent out of here. And then that fourth quarter is when we ramp up a little bit higher than 25% as we're closing out the year. Specific to our general fund, and then just orienting to this, this slide, the orange column is the budget, the full year budget for FY24. The green columns are going to be actual year-to-date March FY24, and the gray is going to be prior year for the same period, year-to-date March of last year. So looking at this slide, year-to-date, our revenue is 7.6% greater than it was a year ago. Our revenue timing, as we mentioned, is not up to the 75%. We will see more of that revenue coming in the next couple months, and we've already been seeing it. And our year-to-date revenue is currently 58% of budget. And if we look at last year, that's the exact same percent it was last year at this time. Year-to-date March was at 58% of the budget. So we're consistent with prior year from that perspective. From the expense perspective, we're at 4.4% greater than last year, and that's equivalent of $28 million. The expenses this year are 73%. So on that prior slide, I mentioned that generally the last couple of years, it's been 71 to 72%. Year-to-date expense this year, we're sitting at 73%. So we are at a higher percent of budget spend year-to-date March than we have been in prior years. Capital Reserve Fund this year, our sources is 7.1 million greater than it was last year, and this amount, the orange column for sources or revenue, is reflective of the revised budget in January of 2024, where we are moving towards restoring capital transfer from the general fund into the cap reserve fund to the level that it was prior to the 2018 capital improvement program. This year, additionally, that's making up a difference in our revenue is we are recording across all funds, we're recording interest income on a quarterly basis. Prior practice was to do that at year end. So there are some differences in revenue just based on timing that we're actually showing that revenue on a quarterly basis. The expenses in the cap reserve fund are 16.5 million greater than they were in prior year. And really, this is related to what we were speaking about just a minute ago. The pace of spending is intentionally increasing as we're winding down the 2018 CIP program and spending out of the cap reserve fund, whereas in prior years we were spending out of our bond proceeds. So this is intentional and it's anticipated we're seeing so far. The grant fund, that revenue is 23.7% greater than it was a year ago. Most of our grants are reimbursement grants, meaning that we spend the money and then we submit a request for funds to the state or the grantor to be reimbursed for those expenses. The actual expense is 26% greater, and this is really reflecting as we're trying to, we have increased expenses as we're winding down a lot of our ESSER funds and getting those spent prior to the deadline of September 30th. In general, we always appropriate or budget the grant fund greater than what we expect because we always go higher in case there are additional grants that come through that we want to apply for and or receive during the year, and that gives us that flexibility. Food Services Fund, the actual revenue is 23% greater than it was a year ago. This is primarily due to the passing of Proposition FF, the Healthy School Meals for All that was passed in the fall of 2022. Our revenue is slightly ahead of a 75% benchmark year to date so far this year. And the actual expense is 26% greater than it was a year ago. So we are seeing this trend that the expenses have grown higher than the trend of the revenue. So we are going to need to watch this and see if there's any adjustments that need to be made in the future. We are potentially looking at that this fund will have a deficit at the end of the year, and currently that deficit can be covered by the appropriation and what's in the fund balance. But again, that might necessitate a further conversation about what's going on there. Campus Activity Fund, the actual revenue is 10% higher. There's just a timing difference in there with some receipts that we received in the third quarter around concurrent enrollment. And the actual expense is a little bit less than prior year, but we're really anticipating this fund to finish out very close to the budgeted levels. Transportation Fund is 6% greater than prior year. The primary source of revenue in the Transportation Fund is a transfer from the general fund, and we did budget a 5% increase in the transfer from general fund to the Transportation Fund. So this is on track with what we anticipated with budget. And the actual expense is 9% greater than it was a year ago, and it's trending close to the expectations, and there's just various increases that happen year over year within the Transportation Fund. So we're anticipating that to be on target with budget as well. Child Care Fund is another one that's different this year than it had been in prior years due to the implementation of universal preschool. So again, our revenue is much greater than it was a year ago. And currently the Q3 revenue is 83% of budget, suggesting that we're on track for our revenue target, and we might exceed revenue in this fund for this year. The actual expenses are trending 63% greater than prior year. This is being incurred to the rollout of UPK. We increased the number of sites, therefore we had to increase the number of classrooms, the number of staff. And so we're going to watch this one as we wind down the year to see how that tracks towards the year end. Insurance Reserve Fund. So this is the fund that we use for our property insurance and workers' comp claims. The primary source of the revenue is a transfer from the general fund. It is higher than prior year, but that was part of how we budgeted in anticipation for increase in premiums and other anticipated expenses in this fund for this year. Currently, our actual expenses are 4% lower than they were the prior year, which is $400,000. This is year-to-date March, and then we also know that we have had some windstorms recently that may have caused some damages across our school buildings. So I do anticipate that the expenses are going to increase towards the end of the year, and in particular, it might be around some of the things that happen with the storms. Technology Services Fund. Again, this is one that has some support from the general fund, and its revenue is tracking 3.6% greater than prior year, and the actual expenses are 9% higher, and both of those numbers are on track with what we expected from a budget perspective. And that is it, the quick summary of what's going on year-to-date March.
Once again, budget at the end, fun, fun, fun. Board members, do we have any questions? It was very clear. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that brings us to the consent agenda now. Items 8.01 through 8.11 are presented in board docs as a proposed consent agenda. Do I have a motion regarding the approval of the consent agenda?
I move to approve items 8.01 through 8.11 on the consent agenda as published in board docs.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Are there any comments? Dr. Applegate.
In reviewing the consent agenda tonight, I wanted to raise that I appreciate the board ends 3.1 and 3.3 report that we saw, but I really have concerns around how we are providing mental health to our general population of our students. And I would love to see, I'd love to see a study of the cost for what it would take to put a district-provided mental health support professional in every school. I know we already pay for a portion of that, but I would like to understand the full cost to effectively do the buy-up that the principals are doing already. I'd like to know how many principals are buying up, and I would like to understand the results of the formula change a little bit better. I know I see a sampling of schools, and we have so many schools in the district, and it would be really helpful to be able to see how many schools went up and went down and understand the reasons behind that. I really want to focus on making sure, we heard a lot of comment tonight about the role of AMP teachers and the role of people in these schools with our kids. And I just think that these mental health supports and these mental health professionals, whether they're, cells or whether they're psychologists, social workers, they matter to our kids a lot. And I know they are also sharing schools because we have them at halftime. And so I really appreciate the work, Ms. Pena, and that you did for us when you were here. So thank you for that. And I just want to see us do a little bit deeper dive. So I appreciate that. And that's my comments.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yeah, Dr. Varga.
Well, thank you, Director Applegate, too, for lifting that up and advocating for that. I have two things. One, I had a follow-up question on the contract end to the probationary teachers or positions. I wondered, are those positions that will be eliminated with the contract end, or do the folks whose contracts are ending because they're in temporary positions have the opportunity to reapply? Are they going to reopen? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I think there's multiple reasons for the non-renewals. Everything from performance to shifts in budget decisions to shifts in enrollment, for example. And so it's my understanding, I think, Ms. Tollison, you work closely with HR on this, but my understanding is that this is the full summary of anyone who may have been non-renewed. I would say many of them probably can and do reapply for other positions, but there's a myriad of reasons why a position or an individual who's on this list may be non-renewed.
I guess my question was, does this mean their position is also eliminated? I guess my question is, are we, in addition to the number of people, are we also losing all of those positions in the schools?
No, not at all. The
vast majority of the ones that are labeled temporary aren't necessarily temporary in terms of a position. They're an ongoing teaching position, but somebody might have been hired mid-year. And non-renewal is sort of a technical legal piece we do to ensure that that then there's a full hiring process to fill it going forward. So a lot of those same folks will be someplace else next year. Every now and then it might be grant funded or something that really is gone, but most of those are.
It just occurred to me, I was like, oh, is that a change in our structure of our schools? Or I understand that contract. The only other thing is I wanted to just mention, and I know I've mentioned it at several study sessions, but when we see the contracts on the consent agenda, I continue to have a very hard time putting them in the context of a bigger picture. And I know I've asked for clarification in different ways, and I trust the district that we're making the right choices and that these contracts are coming to us with lots of background and knowledge. But like specifically on the, not the CIP, I think that one's a little bit easier to understand, but on the capital reserve, sorry, my brain just blanked. When we see a new contract come, I still don't know. I was thinking of how to communicate it. Like, what's the balance of that reserve? What are we spending? And then, what did we start with? What are we spending? And what's the balance? And then when we get a new one on the next month, I don't know if that balance is going down. Like, I don't know the context of the contract in the larger context of that budget. So it makes me really nervous to vote yes on these, not because I don't trust that the district has our best interest in mind and has it under control. I just am feeling like I'm going a little blind in it. And I don't know if every time the number comes up, I mentioned this at our study session, if it's new so I do understand CIP will, I got the connection last time with like how to kind of figure that out. But there are just simply times when we just see a contract and a number and I just don't know the background and what are we giving up? Can we afford it? And all of that context. So since I've been on the board, I think this is something we've been asking for since almost day one. And so I would just continue to ask for it because it will make me more comfortable voting yes on these really large contracts. Thanks.
Okay. If there are no other comments, Ms. Zavada, roll call, please.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
Okay. That is the end of the consent agenda. And that brings us to the final topic for tonight, and that is the reports, leadership reports. And Superintendent Dorland, do you have something to start us off with?
I do. Thank you, President Parker. We are officially in the season of celebration. And first, I just want to thank our teachers. It's Teacher Appreciation Week. They deserve a year or a month, not just a week. As a Jeffco parent, I have dozens of stories that I could tell about the teachers in our district who have had a positive impact on my own children's lives. And as superintendent, I'm privileged to collect these stories across our district almost every day. Our teachers are the heart and soul of our educational community. Their dedication and passion create a ripple effect that extends far beyond the classroom, shaping the future leaders, innovators, and thinkers of tomorrow. I'm filled with gratitude and admiration for the incredible educators who make a profound difference in the lives of my children, your children, and all of Jeffco students each and every day. Thank you very much to our teachers. On Monday, we celebrated the 275 staff members who are retiring from our district this year. It's really special. It's one of my favorite events every year. I want to thank Mary and Paula for joining me and members of our cabinet team for this really fun event, honoring our employees and their many, many years of service in Jeffco. That was really special. Tuesday, we spent the day, cabinet team and I spent the day with our school principals and many of our academic leaders, reflecting on the year and our focus on instructional excellence. Our principals were front and center, and they presented on topics such as high school reimagined, the magic of middle school, and the work they did this year to develop themselves as leaders. And it was a really special day because it was an opportunity for them to present in front of their peers. And so that was great. We previewed for them that our focus next year, aligned with Jeffco Thrives, is more of the same. That we plan to go deeper with the work we're already doing and not necessarily, once again, creating or introducing new initiatives that take us broader. We just want to go deeper with the incredible work that we've already started this year around instruction. I followed that Wednesday meeting with a leadership learning walk at Weber Elementary, which was awesome, by the way. And I want to highlight a few points of pride from Weber. I was impressed when Principal Pennell shared the incredible kindergarten results that they're seeing off of their DIBELS assessments. They have gone from, like, in one classroom, 58% of students reading below grade level to 13%. In another classroom, 39% below grade level, or well below grade level, in their second kindergarten classroom to 5%. And so we shared and were able to talk as an articulation area about what that team is doing. And honestly, it's not just the kindergarten team. They're seeing great results in terms of moving students who started the year below grade level to above grade level. And I was just really proud to hear the school leadership team talk about the work they're doing across all grade levels to really pay attention closely to individual students and move them to on grade level proficiency. And then finally, today I attended the Project Search graduation at Children's Hospital with Mary and Matt Polero. I think I only cried 3 times. It was just an incredibly special graduation with lots of student voice and student story. Project Search is a program for students with severe disabilities who are in the last year of transition. These students are working toward integrated competitive employment after high school We heard a story from a young man today who has been hired into the Environmental Services Department at Children's. Ultimately, all of these graduates are seeking employment, and I was excited to take the opportunity to talk to them about job openings that we have here at Jeffco, and I shared with Mr. Polero that, we're an organization as big, if not larger, than Children's Hospital. And so are there opportunities for us to expand this type of experience for other students like we saw today and actually consider a project search type of program here in Jeffco Public Schools with the possibility of internships and eventually careers within Jeffco. So I'm really excited to continue that conversation with Mr. Polero and his team. And it was just a really great week, and it's been a great month, and I'm looking forward to the upcoming graduations. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. It's my first graduation season as a board member, and I want to say a congratulations to Director Kenworthy, because as of today, we have been on this board for 6 months. 6 months ago, we were confirmed and took our first seats here. And so with that has come a whole bunch of firsts. And so since we last met, I had my first town hall, which was really interesting and really great to be able to talk to the community. I learned from one of the attendees that we have more square footage than DIA. So add that to your statistics book, Mr. Gatlin. I think that's a good one to quote. I also got to meet that morning with the Student Senate at Wheat Ridge High School and did a town hall with them. And it was really cool. And it was really interesting because at first the questions you could tell they had prepared in advance, and it was very formal. And then by the end, they got really real. And so it was cool to hear what they were actually thinking about. And a big support or a big thank you to Ms. Sabata, who kind of helped make that happen, and Ms. Pena. And I think it's cool. So if you're interested in doing student town hall when you do your regular town hall, they can pull it off. So I'm hoping to do it again next year, and hoping to go back in the fall, not May, when all the students are a little bit more focused on other things, as they should be. But it was really great. I've also been able to really start visiting schools. My goal next year is to be like Director Varda and go to SAC meetings and PTA meetings also. But had the ability to actually tour schools with Director Varda. And that was really cool to go with another board member, because it was really great to be able to just kind of talk as we went and think out loud, and it was really cool. So I saw 5 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 1 high school. I'm amazed at the diversity across our district and really the talent, because the art in every school is becoming quickly my favorite thing. It's all over the schools, and just the things that make each of them unique. Also had the opportunity with several of you to meet with the Arvada Chamber, and really like forwarding and that relationship that we have with our municipalities. It's just really interesting to hear their thoughts and be able to talk back and forth. So I'm excited for graduations, a little nervous, but I think it's going to be really fun, and looking forward to the next month.
I'm just going to go this way. So I had a lot of fun this last month since our last meeting. I did attend the Columbine stake of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They do a teacher appreciation every year from their 3 high schools, Columbine, Chatfield, and Dakota Ridge. And it is so awesome. Talk about crying. Okay. It's one-on-one. The students pick their favorite teacher of their whole K-12 career, actually pre-K-12. One student did bring in his preschool teacher, was favorite teacher. So that's always a highlight. I did have my first not first of this year, town hall also, which it's always good. It's always fun to get in touch with the communities. I was able to meet the teacher of the year. This is the U.S. teacher of the year, Rebecca Peterson. So she came and spoke at I saw her at Bear Creek High School. Very, very motivational, just wonderful. I also had the chance to meet one of the speakers we had here at our comments, Madhvi Chitnor. You heard her present her goals for coming up, and I think she's going to accomplish it since she started when she was 8. And I did go on the GEOS tour in Arvada, which I know Director Reed has been on. It's awesome. I think everybody should take advantage of that opportunity. Also attended the capstone showcase that we had here. Again, amazing, just amazing. Some of these kids are ready for Shark Tank and, the world. I went to the Arce celebrations also, the Arvada Wheat Ridge Student Ambassadors for Youth, another crying opportunity. I went to the SIP and support for Jefferson Foundations. I also attended the City of Arvada Chamber for lunch. I don't know what that was. Oh, the teacher retirements activity there. And then 2 project search. So I was there with Superintendent Dorland at Children's Hospital. And then on Tuesday, Mr. Polero and I were at this similar one at UC Health. And I did testify down at the Capitol on the school financial formula, the funding formula. And I feel like we made some progress. I'm just going to put a ploy in here, Mr. Polero. I don't know if I've talked to you about this, but I did mention to the Speaker of the House that we have Fletcher Miller, that is such an amazing school and does such amazing things for our highly, highly impacted students, and that we are not getting extra funds for that. And she wrote it down, and she grew up near Fletcher Miller, and she's very aware of it, and so I'm going to keep working on her with that. Anyway, that's my month. Thanks.
Okay. I'm going to keep it short and sweet here. I had my town hall, and I think one of the best pieces of feedback that I got from that I would hope that community members would really get was one of the people who said that they really appreciated the chance to do a back and forth with a school board member. That they certainly appreciate being able to come and do a public comment, but to actually be able to get responded to was something that they found really valuable about the experience. So for anyone who does kind of feel like, well, we never get a response when we do the public comment, the town hall is really a great way to have that more open communication. And that was actually when Ms. Zavada said, "This is so great. Why don't we do this with kids?" And I'm like, brilliant. So I had a chance to do that as well at Golden High School with their Sources of Strength kids, their Student Senate, and some of our Jeffco school leadership or Student Leadership Board. And it was fabulous. And, we got some good ideas for ways to make it better moving forward. I think, you kind of have to start off somewhere, but it was great talking to the kids and hearing what they thought was important, and really great to hear how much of it was aligned. They were so excited to hear about the work that we're doing with High School Reimagined, because it spoke directly to things that they felt like were important. And they were so excited to know that we were actually working on those things. They were also very excited to hear about the concrete steps that we've taken for student mental health. We talked about things like Hazel Health and, their program with Sources of Strength and the support that we've given to that. And so it was great to hear that what we're doing is definitely aligning with what kids want and know that they need. The Jeffco Schools Foundation Gala was a highlight for sure, for a number of reasons. One of them is that I'm the board liaison with them, so I'm with them all year, and it's been fun kind of watching them build up to this and really refine what it is that they are doing and how to deliver that message, and going and seeing that laid out at the table in the little the literature that they were giving away, that they've really clarified that mission. That's been a lot of work for them. And in case you were wondering, the last I heard, they raised about $74,600 at that event. Always hoping to raise more, because there are places for that money to go. We do a lot of support of teachers. They give money to classroom teachers. They help the district pay for aspects of teacher recognition and to make leadership events special and that kind of thing. And I'm kind of wondering if maybe we can't tap into them for a little childcare for some things, maybe. I don't know. But they definitely do a lot for us. The retirement dinner is always very special as well. For me, it's always an experience of saying goodbye to former colleagues as they follow me into retirement. I keep trying to talk people into running for the school board too. So that was very special. And very much looking forward to the graduation ceremonies as always. They are always a real treat. And I think the thing that is always the most special about it is you think you have this very scripted thing, and how different can it be? And it is really different from school to school, and really fun to see that. So definitely looking forward to that.
Okay. I will say that I've attended the Good News Breakfast. That was something that happened. And it was really interesting to learn more about the history of that event, and also see community leaders being lifted up and learn more about organizations in our community that are doing amazing work. One of my own favorite local organizations, the Fleischman Farm, was lifted up, and it was really fun to see them. My kids attend farm camp there every summer, and it's had a huge impact on our family, so it was fun to see them get celebrated. I was cheering, and I think everybody was a little bit weirded out by how loud I was with my support for them, but they're amazing. And I also wanted to say at that event, our JSLB student participants really shone in a panel discussion. It was lovely to see them feeling so confident and comfortable in front of a room full of a lot of community players, elected leaders. They were just amazing to watch. I also attended Columbine Day of Service. I had an opportunity to hear stories and tour the building with an amazing tour guide. Director Reed was there and showed me around the building, and I'm really grateful for the time I got to spend there. Being on the board continues to be a fascinating journey, 6 months in, particularly at this time of year. So I'm learning and observing an awful lot, especially right now. I want to lift up all the educators in all of our buildings and not in our buildings also, who are showing up every morning to support our students. Is when you get out of bed in the morning and you know why you're getting up and what you're going to go do, it's a meaningful and important thing. And I know every morning people are waking up and choosing to show up for our kids. And I just wanted to say thank you for that. Also, gratitude to parent and community volunteers who've shown up, particularly this week, to support and celebrate our educators. That takes additional love and commitment too. And so wanted to express my gratitude for those folks as well. I am looking forward to attending graduations as a board member. And celebrating this milestone with our communities and our students who've worked hard to arrive at that particular moment in time. I think that our students are outstanding models of growth and relationships. And I'd ask our adults to look to our students as inspiration when it comes to practicing critical thinking, restorative relationship practices, and honoring difference. The expectations that we hold our students to can be informative for how we as adults treat one another. And I encourage us all to be curious and not judgmental as we continue to move through difficult conversations, both within the school realm and outside of it. And finally, I'd like to say, I just want everyone to hang in there as we move through May. There's a lot that still needs to occur. I talked with the elementary school principal yesterday, and they don't want to hear anything about a countdown because there's still an awful lot of stuff that needs to be accomplished. But the summer is approaching, and so I'm just encouraging everyone to hang in, breathe when you need to, and know that a break is coming. So always grateful to be in this position and to support our district staff, our educators, and our families in Jefferson County.
Okay. Well, I had a really fun month too, and probably my highlight is my annual judging at the Foster KA dual language school tamale throwdown. And it was my third year, and I just want to say being recognized for my knowing of tamales, their quality, makes me really proud because I'm from El Paso, and I hope that I brought something with that. But this school is so amazing, and there's so much community. I mean, all of the traditions, the Mexican tradition that they can bring in is there, and it's just incredibly joyful. And getting to I sat alongside an SRO and a Casa Bonita chef, and we got to do the judging. And then the community does it. The kids go nuts over like the mechanical Chihuahua races and stuff. It's so much fun. So maybe go next year, but I just have to say that. I've really enjoyed my school visits with Director Applegate. I've done this with President Parker before, and there's just something different about going to the school with another board member where you really get to like digest what you're hearing and learning in the moment, and I would encourage all of us to do that. It's just changed everything about me being able to have some time with you all, and then getting to have that reflection and build those and I think the schools kind of like it too. They're like, at Doral, they were like, thank you, President Parker, for coming along, so they see it as kind of like extra special, some, I think, as well. And it was nice because we are changing districts, and Director Applegate and I are kind of switching districts. And so it's been nice to transition together and learn about those areas together. So that's been really nice. And I do want to thank the Stanley Lake Articulation Area and Arvada Articulation Area and the Engage Arvada group for hosting just a community conversation and a community event where they invited me to come in and speak with them and do a really informal kind of back and forth. Both of them started with a meal, which was just amazing. Just come in one case, a parent brought the meal. In another case, a community member who owns a restaurant donated it. But just to spend some time with them before and after, it's just been such a rewarding time, of use of my time to be able to spend that time with them. So I'm hoping to continue doing that. Okay, I'm going to mention that we met with the Arvada City Council, not the chamber. I'm just laughing because we all said it. So it was nice to meet with the City Council, the City Manager, with Mr. Gatlin, to just talk about the city in general and get to connect with our municipalities. So that was really great. I do sit on a couple of community meetings, including the Arvada Chamber's Talent Caps Committee with our Jeffco school partners, and so that's really great. But I also wanted to say thank you to the Arvada Kiwanis because they donated $1,000 for a program called Sammy's Sunshine to Arvada High School to introduce that program, which promotes seatbelt safety, really based on a family's experience with losing a child around that. And so Sammy's Sunshine approached one of our city council members and said, can we work with a high school? And so she's kind of taken on Arvada High and done all this work. And so I got to go to their breakfast and present this enormous check to them. But they've continued to do build this partnership at Arvada High. So that's been great. Okay, two last things, I think. One, I did just want to say the free menstrual product bill passed in the session. One of the organizations that advocated for that, Justice Necessary, have known for some time. And this summer, we're going to do some packing, what do we call them? Packing parties together to build these menstrual packs for newcomers, new immigrant families, and others in need. So really excited to just see that go forward. They're really excited. I keep getting tons of emails about it, and they're very grateful for the school, our support of that. And last thing I wanted to say, I'm so excited that you went to Weber. That's the school that all three of my girls have been to, and one is at now. And she told me the superintendent came to the school today. And then later I saw on our Facebook Weber page you with our eagle, our Weber eagle. Really fun, and Mr. Polero. But I wanted to just say, I'm so glad that you talked about the performance. The school has moved into performance from a turnaround school, and I've been also kind of tracking that, and they have a big banner on the front of the school, and so it is a school that is doing like good stuff, and so I'm glad that they're seen as a model for the area, and I see that in my own kids' experience there. But and it was funny, I pulled this up because my little one Bellamy, she's fourth grader there, and she wrote a little like a note for her teacher, Miss Bacon. But it was I pulled it up after you were talking. She says, "To our teacher, you're an amazing teacher. I couldn't ask for more." It's hard to read her handwriting. I couldn't ask for more. You help and don't. She says, you don't move on unless everyone gets it. And then she goes on, "You're so kind and sweet and helped me grow." And a word I cannot read. I've been trying. But I just love this. I was like, oh, she wrote about how her teacher really is working on the whole class, getting them. So it was just connecting the dots for me a lot when you were talking about your visit there. So thank you. That's all that I have. So probably my longest update of the entire year. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that brings us to the end of today's agenda. We will stand adjourned. Our next meeting is a combined study session and executive session scheduled at 1 p.m. on May 10th at the Ed Center. That is tomorrow. Good night, everyone.